Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Venomous Fringes special event, Cryptid Ops. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and you're listening into the Venomous Fringe. I'm your host, Chris, joined alongside my co-host, Ryan. Ryan, good evening, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, Chris. How you doing tonight, man?
I'm doing very good. I'm very excited. This is going to be very interesting. We are on a panel here with amazing researchers, amazing talents of perhaps maybe some of the most unique guys I've come to meet in the field. And I think doing something like this is so explosive in a way. So, to do this, to come together, it's heavy. I don't know how you're feeling, but I'm pretty hyped.
Oh, I am excited about this. I've been looking forward to this for a while.
And I think without any better introduction but to introduce our amazing researchers, I'm going to be introducing Lobo and Tiberius from the Idaho shows. Good evening, guys. How are you?
Good, thank you. So excited to be here.
Yeah, this is Tiberius. You can call me Ty. I like to go by that, and I go by an alias just to protect my job and my family. And we hope that we can bring some enlightenment and possibly healing to individuals that have had traumatization by these things.
Absolutely. It's great to have you guys here tonight. Joining us also is Coyote. Good evening, Coyote. How are you?
I'm good, Chris. Some people might know me, most probably don't. I'm using an alias now, so I'm happy to start a new, fresh beginning here.
Oh, we're great to have you here tonight, Coyote. And joining us from the Crash Course Cryptozoology host, Carrick. Good evening, Carrick.
Good evening. It's an honor to be on here.
Good to have you here. And joining us also is researcher Matt Squatch. Good evening, Matt.
Good evening. Name's Matthew Mortavanek. I don't have an alias anymore. Don't really care. I'm glad to be here, though. Should be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And also joining us is Matt Starr. Good evening, Starr.
Hey, how y'all doing, everybody?
Well, it's very good to have you all here. We'll also be being joined by Christian from the American Cryptid and Paranormal Society. We had him on our last upload, as well as also Marvin Allen. They'll be joining us just in a little while. They're currently taking care of some personal life commitments. But for everybody else here, good evening, guys. I have to say, for what we're doing here tonight, I'm very glad to have you all here. I'm excited, and I want to thank you guys once more for doing this, because you don't see this a whole lot often in this type of field.
Yeah,
I want to thank you all.
But getting into the bare bones of stuff, and a lot of you guys have some pretty interesting backgrounds, particularly when it comes to cryptozoology. I want to ask you guys first, what made you want to become a researcher? Carrick, what made you want to do research in cryptozoology?
Well, I suppose it was a mix of my own curiosity and my tendencies towards this sort of subject, mixed with the fact that at a very early age I was sort of propelled into it by my own encounter that I had when I was, still in grade school. And I always had this passion for education, and so I decided to kind of mix the two. And here I am, roughly, a little bit over 10 years later, and I'm still trying my best to sort of further myself into that, to figure out what it was that I had encountered by adhering the most that I can to a very scientific approach.
Science is the always best way to go when you start off something like this. Lobo and Tiberius, how about you guys?
Well, it's Lobo here. What first got me into wanting to be a researcher is just from encounters that my family has had, stories that they would share with me growing up as a kid about werewolves or what we now call the dogman and Sasquatch, living in these hot spots in Texas and in Idaho. And of course, just I've always been a kid of wonder and always wanting to explore the outdoors. And so that's kind of what really sparked my interest, was mainly my family's encounters as a kid.
This is Ty. What really brought me into this was my family's encounters, and then having traumatic experiences with these things, trying to get away from them. Later on, I chose to go into a career field where I'm a federal investigator. And so with those unique giftings, and then with my religious persuasion and my Native American background, I've tried to marry all those streams together to try to help people understand things and to be able to get on with their lives once they've had these encounters. Because many years I haven't seen any answers out there for people. And so I've spent the last 20, 25 years of my life helping people work through these things, plus evidence and gathering information and just giving it to the people and let them make their own decision.
That's a very good way of looking at it too, especially when you do get those type of jobs and outskirts. Hey, Matt, how about you? Matt Squatch.
Well, I think certain people are drawn to the darkness or drawn to these subjects for many different reasons. Quite frankly, at the end of the day, it's when you get into stuff like this, for me personally, most sports are boring. Most TV shows are boring. Most books are boring. This is something that actually asks questions and gets you to think critically, which is missing today in our society. So at a very early age, I was always into aliens, Bigfoot, ghost hunting, and I've had encounters and experience with all of them in those fields. But yeah, it's just something about the greater mystery, and just feel drawn to it.
How about you, Coyote? What prompted you to become a researcher?
Well, I've always kind of been drawn to the subject, been enamored by it, but as recently I've been really thinking, and I think we're on a new frontier of science, and I've debated back and forth whether I should step away from this or whether I should go head first, and I think now is the time to go head first.
That's a good attitude towards it. And how about you, Matt Starr? How about you?
Mine, I guess, is the same as everybody else. I mean, it's stories that were passed down by your grandparents through religion or, Native American history, stories. It's pretty much what drew me into it is what are these things, the real creatures of the dark that made us scared, or are they just flesh and blood creatures trying to survive just like ordinary animals? That's the big question. It's I mean, you can take it so many different ways, but that's how most of these stories kind of came around.
Absolutely, and that is a good way of putting it too, because while it is a question that we can give all the same answer to, there's different concepts behind it. Christian is joining us from the American Cryptid Paranormal Society. Good evening, Christian. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having. Can you hear me? I'm sorry about that. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I ended up doing I'm sorry. I got an impromptu research opportunity. I got a phone call close to an area I was, and that's why I was running a little late. I was actually looking through some evidence, so I apologize for not being on time. I'm usually dead on, but it was worth it. I got some pretty cool stuff. I'll be more than happy to share it with you afterwards. But I appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely. Would you say that the question of what prompted you to become a researcher is very similar to what everybody else here has said in reference to trying to find the truth?
Oh, definitely. I think we're all just searching for answers, and I think the only way you're going to get that is basically by doing the investigation and what I like to call the detective work. And from what I know about everyone else, from what I've heard, everyone's we're all on the same page.
Absolutely. Well, you know, with what it starts off to be a researcher, it does take a lot of dignity and something to get into. Hey, Ryan, would you like to take it away?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to start with Matt Squatch on this one. As a researcher, Matt, now, do you agree that the modern day resources that we have in cryptozoology are actually useful? And how do you think they compare to what was used way back in the 20th century when they first started the research on cryptozoology?
Well, I think that's a very complicated question, very broad question. Obviously, with the invention of the internet, there is just gargantuan amount of information. I mean, if you look back even to the 50s, when you had to go down to a library and look at microfiche of an old newspaper or something like that, and through archives and printed books, you know, the only problem with the sheer amount of information out there is there's a lot of bad information.
Mm-hmm.
And as time goes on, as I've been doing this and I've met people and talked to people, there's a couple different categories of researchers and information. I think there's a lot of people who are just in it for the money. There's a lot of people who are so narrow-minded and have a preconception of what these subjects are that a lot of their information isn't useful. I think are some good books and some good stuff out there. I think YouTube and podcast are kind of the new median. I don't see people buying a lot of books anymore. Full-length documentaries, which I've been on one of them. I think they're good too. I think that those are more to get kind of people into the subject. But for hardcore researchers like us, personally, if you're talking just specifically about Bigfoot, but this also applies to other paranormal subjects, I think that some of the best things we can get are from people who aren't in this field. Like the encounter of the farmer driving down the road and he sees a Sasquatch run across the road. Or the guy is visiting his grandma's house and a ghost goes down the hallway. Or, you know, the paramedic in the middle of the night going out to a farmhouse sees a werewolf. You know, I think those are the people, because they don't go in it with a preconception. They don't go in it with an interpretation. They just tell you the facts, which is why I like to show Sasquatch Chronicles is so important if you're looking into the Bigfoot world, because it's purely eyewitness encounters. I mean, Wes does have researchers and some people that have had multiple accounts, but the vast majority of his show is just people from every walks of life telling their encounters with an unknown phenomenon that looks vaguely human. And you can extrapolate that into other shows and podcasts and stuff like that. But for the most part, a lot of the stuff that's in book form is okay. I think a lot of the information that's in TV shows, most of the TV shows about Bigfoot and paranormal stuff is just junk. A lot of it's edited and scripted and made to look like something there isn't there. But yeah, I think the internet, the information you can glean from certain YouTube channels and certain podcasts are where you get the real information if you can't be out in the field every day. And I'm going to be a little controversial and say that I think field work and getting on the ground and investigating is almost a little overrated sometimes, because the way the paranormal works, it's never going to reveal itself when you look for it. It's always going to happen when you least expect it. So you're almost better off talking to people who've had an unexpected encounter. But that's just my views on it.
Very well said. Carrick, you want to give your opinion on that?
Absolutely. I think that, Matt, you bring up a very good point with the internet, because the internet is kind of, especially in terms of anecdotal evidence, let's say, is very important, because what you've done, especially in your answer, is you've highlighted that there's a specific layering to a piece of anecdotal evidence that is actually quite important. So let's say you have someone who's been a fanatic in the field for a few years and has known to, do hoaxes. Todd Stanning's a good example of this, or to many, he's a good example of this, I should say. That kind of person isn't exactly going to be heavily relied upon for anecdotal evidence. But when you have somebody who has nothing to do with the subject and has not done anything with it since then, that's interesting, because people who have motives beyond talking about something that they saw don't tend to stray away from it very soon afterwards. I recently did a video on a Russian naturalist, a biologist named Arkady Tishkov. In 1991, he reported seeing a Yeti, and he, being a biologist, wrote a short paper on his encounter. And in the paper, he actually mentions that he'd like to never speak about this publicly again. And I think that when someone goes out of their way, not only someone who has the credentials that Mr. Tishkov has, but when they go out of their way to say, like, hey, this isn't something that I'm looking to get attention for. I'm doing this because I have a tendency to because of my career, and I'd never like to talk about it again. That's very significant. And in that kind of situation, anecdotal evidence is very similar to the technology that we have available to us today. Because anecdotal evidence, it kind of depends on who it's coming from. And with technology, it really depends on who's using it, A, and who is analyzing the result of the technological findings, B. So, this is a field that has a lot of pareidolia going around, for example. And it doesn't matter how high quality a camera you're using at that point. If you have a photo of nothing, but you think something's there, no matter what technology you're using, that's not exactly going to be a productive viewpoint. But if you use technology properly, you're able to, let's say you're familiar with your technology, you're able to look at it and be like, okay, well, this heat signature, for example, is too far away to make anything out. Maybe I should get closer. Whereas people will find, blob squatches are a very good example of this. Any shape in the woods is a Bigfoot or a dogman sometimes. And I think that the person using the technology should really be well versed in what it is that they should be looking for a, what would you say? In the case of photographs, an individual thing in the photograph. And of course, photographs aren't the only edge that technology can be pushed to. DNA evidence. A lot of people kind of tend to be amateur analysts in that field, in this particular field of cryptozoology, which is a shame because I think that we really could be pushing for, let's say, more effective DNA results, or at least more accurate ones, by hoping and striving to actually work with more credentialed DNA studiers. And I think that all of it comes back to the technology right now is fantastic. We have most of the technology, I think, that we need to discover radical new species. I don't think that it's as widely as available as it could be right now, and I don't think that the stuff that's available is being used correctly a lot of the time.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, Coyote, what's your take on this?
Well, obviously, trail cams are great. Night vision is great. But like everyone has mentioned so far, the biggest thing that really sets us apart from, the days of the early Bigfoot, Patterson, Gimlin is the internet. So when someone came forth in 1975 talking about the Sasquatch they saw on the side of the road, they risked losing everything. And you could take their account with a smaller grain of salt than you could with someone's Facebook post today under an alias posting about how a dogman in their basement. It's great that we can communicate. Like right now, we've got people all around the country talking in this chat, sharing ideas. It's great that we can do that. It's great that we don't have to organize a meeting to spread information like we'd have to then. But it's also it's polluted the field with a lot of backyard LARPers who are sending their brother Jeremy into the woods with a Chewbacca mask to take pictures of and post on social media saying it's a gugly. So in a way, yes, it's granted us these new tools that will help us further the field eventually. But right now, the waters are muddy, to say the least, because of all the fakes, hoaxes, people wanting attention out there. So I'd say it's a pretty 50-50 split with the pros and cons of the new technology available.
Initially, I do apologize for that blackout, I guess. Ryan, are you still there, bud?
Yep, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. No, it was just like sudden black. I just wanted to make sure that you were still...
Yeah, something just blacked out for a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, that happens. But, Christian, what would you say, too, about that question? What would your initial thoughts be?
I'm sorry. Were you asking me?
Yes.
Hello. I'm sorry. There just seems to be a little bit of a delay on the screen. Well, technology is definitely it's a double-edged sword because on the one hand, it helps us as researchers and investigators and what I like to call cryptid detectives do our job. But on the other hand, much like my cohort suggested, it's easier to fake stuff. So when you've got these people that get off on, I'm not going to mention any names, but I think we can all think of at least 5 or 6. And the thing that baffles me the most about the people that do the hoaxes is when they get caught, they still have this, status as a cryptozoologist, and it just baffles me that that's the case. But I don't think without the use of the technology, we are advanced as we are now. And despite what anyone else thinks, researching in the field, you're going to get any evidence. So, the armchair quarterback thing, that's fine. Until you get people boots on the ground in these areas getting evidence, whether it be photographic, DNA, what have you, that's all it's going to happen. It has to happen out there in the woods where these creatures live. And until we can maybe get that harmonization between the technology and the real investigation happening, I think we're going to keep running into these issues as, like hoaxing and people just not getting along or people bashing everyone. That's the thing that just baffles me is why all of us just don't work together and get the job done, or everyone else. There's a big subgroup of cryptozoology that all they spend most of their time bashing other people. It's like, how do you get any research done? But I think that all stems from the internet.
I would agree with that. Yeah. So Matt, Second Star, what's your view on this?
Sorry.
Problem.
But I believe what the other people were saying. Like, the internet can be, like what you said, a double bladed, sword. It can cut you, but do all research every way as possible. I mean, you can't like major TV shows and everything go to one spot that was supposed to have a single sighting and stay there 2 days and leave and say, oh, there's no record here. Or some researchers telling the locals that's been in an area all their life that have seen something or seen something for years within certain spots of a place. You have to have multiple groups in multiple different areas at one time, because if these creatures are of flesh and blood and of creatures of the wild, they may or may not be staying in one spot, and you have to follow them like our Native American ancestors did. Follow the herd where they go to eat or forage. You have to be there at the exact same time.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows if it's 5 o'clock in the evening, 5 o'clock in the morning? You will never know unless you're 24 hours searching for this stuff. But yes, the internet, it can help and it can't help. There's so many different aspects on research. Some people saying it's demonic, some people saying it's flesh and blood, some people saying it's supernatural. Then why not look at all aspects of that the same way as everybody else is in this community? I mean, if we don't combine all our efforts and not just rely on technology and hearsay, we'll never find this stuff. We'll never find exact proof until, like what everybody else said, we work together as one and take all aspects of every field for one field. And that's all I have to say about that.
It's a very interesting take on that, though. It does really make you wonder if people will ever actually work together. It'd be nice to see, but I wouldn't hold my breath too much. So, Chewy, Ty, what's your opinion on this, guys?
Well, Lobo here. So I think, the internet really has kind of launched the encounters and the information and just the different platforms to research these creatures. And also at the same time, the internet also puts a lot of fake garbage out there, a lot of stuff that's false. And unfortunately, a lot of people, they'll research something or listen to an encounter or a story, and it's totally like just for pure entertainment, or somebody's straight up lying for whatever reason they would do that for. But so there's a lot of false information out there. That's one of the downfalls of the internet. But I think the plus side of it is it's just we could reach around the world literally, with just a click of a button. We're speaking with somebody from England or wherever. And before the internet, I kind of feel sorry for all these people who've had these encounters, and maybe they've seen a cryptid, or maybe it was something traumatizing and they had nowhere to go. They couldn't click on a website or search Google Internet and find somebody they could speak to maybe work with them through it, or just to confirm that they're not crazy, that these things are real. So I can only imagine all the thousands of people that have been traumatized and never been able to get help from it. And I also think before the internet, or before it really kicked off, there was a lot more boots on the ground. When you got an encounter or you got information from somebody, a lot of times there was the good old face-to-face time. You'd go over there, you'd meet them, you'd actually shake their hand, see their property, see the area, and there was more boots on the ground. I would say a lot of times back then versus now, because now it's all done online. You look at the pictures of the area, you go to Google Maps, you talk with them on the phone or through text message, and a lot of times it leaves out the intensity of their encounter when it's done just purely on texting or email or whatever. It leaves out a lot of those vital emotions that you can't get on there. So that's what I would say. There's the ups and downs, but definitely it's skyrocketed. And a big something that I hold dear to me is being a minister myself, is when people are dealing with something traumatic, or they're just have that wrestle inside them, like, am I going crazy or what's going on? There's so many different avenues now online for people to reach out, and for people to help one another and to encourage one another, and I would say the worst thing about it, like I said earlier, is just like the false stuff on there. And a lot of what I've heard already is, different researchers bashing other researchers. I think that, that we can have disagreements and have a decent conversation like civilized human beings regarding these different topics and our different views. And especially when somebody has an encounter and they believe it 100%, and for somebody to say, no, that didn't happen, or you saw it wrong, or whatever it may be. And it just, so that's the downfall to the internet is the bashing and all the false stuff out there. And so that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
This is Ty. I think taking both ideas of taking the technology that is available, but taking the good, wholesome approach of being able to talk to your neighbor, to talk to individuals, and marrying those two ideas together, I think is a plus. I know there's people out there that do hoaxes and things like that, and when I talk to people, if it's a hoax or not, or they're telling me the truth or not, that's really not my business, because I try to take every individual that I talk to at face value. And so whether I'm talking to like my nephew from Washington State about some things, young kids, he's exaggerated a few times, but we're talking text messaging. I know his heart. and I get, and I can give them some advice or things like that. Or if I'm talking to some Native American elders that I've taken years to build a relationship with, those guys they're not on the net. They're not going to be using that stuff. So I try to take the best of both worlds and marry them together as a researcher. And I try to bring the truth as I see it, but the truth for me is always changing because I don't want to say that I know it all. I don't know much. The more information I find, the more I find out I don't know. And I want to always have an attitude of humility and love for my fellow researchers and for life witnesses or that one-time encounter. And I think that if you just kind of take both of these two opposite ends of the spectrum and you marry them together, over time you can develop a system, you can develop a way of using the tools that you have available and just having integrity and doing the best you can, and then treating each other as you want to be treated. And I think that's the way that we're going to find things out, figure things out, and begin to provide answers for individuals.
Some very interesting takes on this whole thing. You got anything to add to this, Chris, or do you have a question?
I personally think everybody is very much so on point, and I think that's the main message, especially when it comes to doing modern day research, is because we do have a better outlet for presentation of what we've seen or what we can research. There also comes the feuds and animosities and the backlash, of course, from other researchers, and it happens, but the main focus at the end of the day is to get a conclusion on something. And not everybody has the same belief system, yes, and that can also be a conflict to those who see it that way, which isn't the best way to do business, but also at the same time the best way to understand one another's opinions and see what they can do to draw a better conclusion. But also, too, I think that with the presentation of how it is taught nowadays, I think it should be brought to a more boots on the ground with better gadgets and technology that we can use to get better conclusions. And it should be used more and thoroughly because we do have those advances. We do have that for modern day technology. I mean, we've evolved. We've evolved more than what we were supposed to evolve, believe it or not, in this timeline, at least in this time and age. So we do have enough to go out there and get a good image, or we do have enough people to go out there and get, a support grid down for an organization to go and present and showcase that, look, we're here, we can do this. But yeah, I mean, other than that, though, nothing furthermore. I do agree with what everybody has said. I don't know, what about you, Ryan? What do you think?
Oh, no, I absolutely agree. Everybody was directly on point. That was a fantastic panel to have right there.
I agree. Now let's hop into the next question here, guys. And I'm going to start with you, actually, Ryan.
Oh, really? Okay.
Is the social media a great outlet for cryptozoology?
I think that can depend, really. It depends on what they're using it for. If they're going to, push all these false encounters or all these hoaxes, then I'm going to have to say no. But if it's just, researchers sharing information and sharing evidence, then absolutely it could be a really beneficial thing. But as we discussed in the earlier question, a lot of people like to hold things back. And that's, again, where the cryptozoology field gets hurt. So I think if people can actually learn how to share what they have, share the knowledge, and share what might be considered fact, it could be a really, really relevant source of information.
I have to agree.
Let me ask you the same thing, though. What do you think, Chris?
I think what you had just said is very on point, but also, too, if you think about it, if you're holding back, my question would be is why would you want to hold back? I can understand if there comes down to your idea of being watched or the concept of perhaps you have nothing to share but say it as is. I've often had that happen before, but that's expected, especially if it's social media. It could be used as good or bad, but I mostly agree with what you've said because you are on point with it, and I think that's no other better way to go about it. But what about our panel? Starting with Matt Starr. Starr, what do you think about this question?
The whole social media thing, I believe, yes, it's a better gateway of information for, instead of small towns having their town hall meetings, stuff like that, to get information across. This is, you could tell by some of these people in the way that they type on their Twitter feed or whatever, like, what is this? Like, they really don't know. But then you get people that'll do the exact same thing, and it's, their cousin Billy riding across the road in a fur coat. I mean, social media hurts instead of, like, before social media, where researchers would have town hall meetings and meet people face to face. Yeah, you may get the town drunk or whatever that nobody would believe, but how do you know if he didn't see something? But on social media, with so much video evidence and so much programs on the that you can download on the internet to CGI or tamper with your video just in a slight bit, and most people, 90% of the people will believe it, that have that shred of belief, the ones that truly want to believe. And yes, it can hurt, but I believe it's better for the actual real witnesses to get their voice out there instead of being bashed by their families or whatever, and they can have a group that they can talk to and share this information with. That that's all I got to say.
Lobo and Tiberius, how about you guys?
Well, Lobo here. I want to say that, the social media being a tool used for researching, and even, speaking with eyewitnesses. The whole thing with, on Messenger, there's the Messenger call where you can, or FaceTime or whatever, where you can actually see the people face to face. But what's interesting, what I like about especially Facebook, is that you can actually get an inside peek at somebody's life of, somebody who's maybe an admin on one of the, one of the groups, a dogman group, or let's say you can actually click on their stuff and you can get a feel of their personal life, and you can kind of see what kind of vibes you get just from looking at somebody's social media and getting a feel for it. And I think also for, especially for everybody who's listening, I'm sure we have some people listening who are admins on some groups, or have a research group. Like, you really should get a Facebook group, for your, for a page or whatever, because to be able to just to go on Facebook and type in Dogman or whatever, or Sasquatch, all these different groups come up, and it's that easy, and you could click on them and you could research, you could share your encounters, you can message and just get some advice. It just opens the doors. So I think the social media is a great tool for researching on a personal level, and the availability of a click of a button to pick on to find a group, because literally there's ghost groups, there's extraterrestrial groups, there's all, name the group and it's there. And so whatever your encounter is or your curiosity is, you find it, and you can just look at the page, and even again find the admins, or look at people who post their encounters, or asking questions, and you can get a feel. So it gives you almost like you know them, like you can get to know the person without really knowing them, and which I think is what social media is kind of all about.
This is Ty. My limited experience with social media, I think it is a great tool to be able to connect with people. And the panel of guys that we have here, I'm impressed with, and I just kudos to all you guys. You guys are doing things that I don't. I don't reach out. I don't have shows. I don't do that because that's not what my purpose is. I feel, but I've used social media in the past, and I've had good and negative experiences with that. One time, I reached out to my wife texting, and I did all caps, all the letters being capitalized, and she asked me why was she yelling at her, and I didn't realize the caps were on. So the point of that story is that there can be a lot of things that can be misunderstood over social media, and that's a real shame when somebody's actually trying to explain this, but they mean something else. And so I've used social media personally to connect with people, and like Lobo said, getting a feel for their personal life, because integrity and commitment is high in my life. I put the same integrity I do in when I put my shoes on, or if I'm filing a report, or so I think that the blessing of social media is it's made the world smaller. I've got over 25 years of traveling to the nations. I'm a retired minister as well. And so places that I used to go, I can connect with those people in the drop of a hat. And I think social media is a great way to connect. But to build personal relationships with people, I'm all about that. And that's why I love being able to, when I have the time, to meet with people personally, or on the phone, or on different social medias that I can, because for me, as a witness, as a life witness, I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody, and nobody has to prove anything to me. I've seen what I've seen, and my opinion is always changing, because there are a lot more people that have a lot more experience than I do, and I'm blessed to be able to learn with everybody else and to help figure out what these things are and how to effectively help people move on from that traumatic place. And I guess that's about all I got to say.
And I will have to say this. I mean, I do agree when it comes to the bonding of doing a personal type of relationship, of building something to an eyewitness that you can connect with and help in their account, or as a researcher too. So there is a good side to it besides the whole negativity side of it, but I have to agree with that, and I don't think I was as specific as I was when it came down to that particular response, because there is that good perk of it, because we do get a lot of response and support for what we do, and on top of that, helping others and connecting. So I do have to agree with that. How about you, Coyote? What do you think about this question?
Well, I just want to echo back to something Ryan said. Ryan mentioned people posting their encounters online, but maybe holding back or leaving out details. And I encourage you to post your encounter online if you're comfortable with sharing the whole thing. If you're not, if there's maybe a weird detail that you're ashamed to share, or you're afraid to put out there, like maybe 10 minutes before you saw a Sasquatch, you saw a light in the sky, or maybe the creature you saw its genitalia, or something like that, something you think might set people off, then don't hold that back. Stay anonymous with it. Come to someone, like someone in this panel, someone you trust, someone you know is dedicated to getting the truth out there. Come to them. They'll vet you, and they'll share that story for you, because those kind of details are important to us. If we're going to use scientific method to try to crack the mysteries that we've been going at for years, we need every detail we can. But otherwise, I agree with pretty much everyone else, that social media is, again, a double-edged sword, and there are pluses and there are cons to it. But just, if you have an encounter and you don't want to share every detail of it, stay anonymous with it. Go to someone you trust, and they will put it out there for you, because those little details that you might think set your encounter off or make it less believable, those are important.
I couldn't agree more. I really couldn't. Christian, what do you think? We'll go back to Christian in just.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm sorry about that. I think I'm just having some issues here. As I was saying, I just believe, just like everyone else does, it's a double-edged sword. I think my previous partner in crime here just summed it up real well. You know, it can be used for good and it can be used for bad. And I think that a lot of people that are using it for, nefarious.
We just lost Christian, I think, from his signal wherever he was at. But we'll get back to
We're
it.
getting too close to the truth on that one.
Yeah.
FBI open
Black
up.
van pulled up.
All right. Well, I'll just let Christian. I'll send him out a message in just a second. But hey, Carrick, how about you? What can you add on to this question about social media?
Well, I think the idea of it as a double-edged sword is an interesting one, but not exactly accurate, because the thing about social media is that it kind of depends in what context you want to discuss it, on what exactly you want to define social media as. Because I think that in the case of, let's say, in the scope of credibility, which is essentially kind of what we're discussing here, social media is something akin to a filter that refines you as you go through it. And it depends on what ability you're trying to get out there that you want to refine. A lot of people refine their personalities through social media. In this case, we're looking at people who are trying to potentially refine either their investigative pursuits, or they're trying to refine their pursuits in fooling the public. I want to relate this to this experiment that I actually conducted back in December of 2019. And what I did was I found this photograph of a gorilla and I touched it up very nicely. And it was essentially this photo at the end of a dark primate on a snowy mountain somewhere. And it was a very convincing photograph. And there was a bit of the photo that looked a bit strange. And I put a black box over that area and, typed in, alleged Yeti seen on the border of Nepal and Tibet, I think it was. 2012 photographer anonymous. And what I did was I actually posted that image up onto a cryptozoology Reddit page, because aside from Facebook, that's essentially the largest net that I could cast in terms of who was going to see it. And what I did was I tracked it over the course of 24 hours. And every hour, I would take readings on how many likes the image had gotten, how many dislikes it had gotten, and what kind of comments were occurring. And what I found that was very interesting was between hour 4 and hour 6, the likes on the image actually plummet to a flat line, and comments raising awareness that the image is a hoax absolutely skyrocket, and they stay up there for the remainder of the 24 hours because people were actually reverse image searching. They were asking other people and finding out that this was a hoax. And, aside from that being a very scientifically pleasing result, it was also very interesting because it drew attention to the fact that, yeah, social media can very evidently be used as a refinement tool for hoaxers, whether that's through them using CGI and the internet or the anonymity sort of aspect to it. But the interesting thing about it is that doesn't mean that people who are against that, which is generally speaking what you should be against when you're trying to conduct scientific inquiry, it doesn't mean that they can't refine their own abilities even beyond that and be able to use the same exact resources that the hoaxers are using to de-muddy the water, so to speak.
It's a good spin on it. I mean, Ryan, what would you think too? I mean, the way that's put about, thinking the same?
Yeah, most definitely. That was a great way to put it there, Carrick.
How about you, Matt Squatch? What would your take be on all this?
Well, I really don't like social media. I think it's mostly a big waste of time. I use it for my personal friends because we chat and send memes to each other. But I think social media as a whole, I had a Facebook for a bunch of years, and then when I got into doing the actual channel, I was told that, hey, if you want to promote your YouTube channel, you got to have a Facebook, an Instagram, and a Twitter. And Facebook was just, it was just hot garbage. It was just, I'm like, okay, there's nothing useful here. Epic Meatloaf, that's great about your meatloaf. Can we talk about Bigfoot? So Facebook was really in a lot of groups, and you got to be added in, and it was administrators, and none of them weren't doing anything, and it was just junk. So just put that aside. Then I focused on Instagram and Twitter. And Twitter was, as much as you tried to stay on point or the subject, everybody just got political, and it was just, there was just no point. Like, I'd scroll through Twitter following famous people, not famous people, researchers, and it was just like, okay, there's not that there isn't, but hardly anything was constructive on Twitter. So I threw that out. So right now I just have an Instagram, and the only reason I have that is kind of for like 4 or 5 of my personal friends. I think if you want to count YouTube as social media, it's kind of social media, one way, so to speak. You have comments and you can ignore them or delete them, which is great because there's a lot of heinous shit I've had to delete over the years. But yeah, so YouTube is cool. Instagram is cool because I think it's a lot more laid back. I really never liked Facebook. I really never liked Twitter. I'm just not a proponent of it. I mean, I have my email, and if someone really wants to take the time to talk to me, they can send me an email. And a lot of them do. I get 2 or 3 emails a day from random people or people I've got an ongoing chain on. And some of them, if you get to know me well enough, I'll give you my phone number, and hey, we can talk on the phone. A lot of people do contact me through Instagram too, which is fine. It's just a quick messaging service. But yeah, for the most part, I never really found social media to be that useful, to be honest. I mean, I just that's why I started off with, 4 or 5 different social media accounts, and I'm kind of just down to Instagram, and like it's more just kind of a personal one at this point, although I keep it public. I think part of the problem with social media is there are filters and there aren't filters, and I think, me personally, I'm a big firm believer of free speech. You should be able to say whatever you want, but at the same time, it kind of needs to be a dictatorship, because you kind of need to weed out the heinous or the stupid or people who might be derogatory, or people who aren't there for the right reasons or trying to take advantage of you. In my early days of YouTube, I had a lot of people who wanted to collaborate with me, that it turns out they were hoaxers, or they were trying to make money, or they were reposting my content without me knowing it. So there's just a lot of stuff out there. Social media, I mean, I don't know. I've never found it to be that entirely useful. I think if you got an email address and you have a platform like YouTube, from a business point of view, it is important. Like, if you really want to be successful, if you want to make, 5-10 grand a month on YouTube and crank out the videos and make a real business out of it, then yeah, you're going to need to promote it on Facebook. You're going to need to, I mean, I wish I could just hire somebody, because I don't want to look at it. I don't find it interesting. I don't care. I think you really learn by listening to encounters, listening to podcasts, listening to people who want to seek you out. But all the noise, I think that's the best way to describe it on social media, is there's just so much noise between you and the truth, or you trying to get to the people, that I just don't think it's worth it. And I've been on it for years and years and years and years. I mean, going back to like the MySpace days, I've been on social media, and as time goes on, I just have very limited use for it. There is use for it, but it is very limited, and that's pretty much what I'm going to say.
And you know what? I agree with that as well, to an extent, because I know that not everybody has that Facebook or interest with social media. We're all different with it, right? And I do agree with it. I mean, personally, had I not used the outlet for, of course, making a podcast, yeah, it wouldn't be as big as it is now. But at the same time, as long as you're putting out things that are just getting straight to the point and putting truth out there, but as you said, even too, the blocking of the truth, it can be very contradicting and challenging. Christian, we actually lost connection back there, but if you can hear me now, what was it that your original answer was to this question about social media with cryptozoology? He might be having a small technical difficulty issue. I know that he's pretty busy on his end right now. But Ryan, if you would like to proceed, feel free to give it away with the next question.
Okay, this is actually a very loaded question, guys. But fellas, if you could be as honest as you could with the answer to this one, do you feel that all cryptids are demonic? Are they of some demonic origin? Are they created by demons or whatever? What do you guys believe? Now let's start with Matt Squatch.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
No,
Christian.
sorry.
Well, there you go. Christian, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I was trying to answer. I was talking, and I wasn't hearing myself on the feedback, so I'm not sure what happened with that. But to answer your question, I don't think cryptids are demonic in any way. I think there might be some demonic spirits out there, but I don't think cryptids are demonic in any way. I think they're flesh and blood creatures, but I think the appearance of one is just so unsettling to a normal person. That's the only thing they can come up and use as a descriptive tool, is some kind of demon or some kind of being from hell that they couldn't be possibly be a natural creature. Had to have been made by the devil.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we do have to take into consideration, though, that some people claim to have seen them, disappear in mist, or have the glowing red eyes, or they have the smell of sulfur around them. But Matt Squatch, I'm sure you have an opinion on this. So,
Yeah. Well, as far as, can you repeat the question again? I want to make sure I get it right.
okay, do you believe that all the cryptids are actually demonic in origin or demonic in nature? What's your take on that? What's your spin on it?
Well, I think a short answer would be I think they have some part of it. The short answer is yes, but realistically, I think that if you look at every belief system out there, whether it's Christian, Native American, Islam, every kind of belief system out there, from local Chinese legends, Aboriginal legends, they all describe them as spiritual beasts. None of them really talk about them per se as just a natural creature. Or a lot of them have a lot of belief systems of, like Native Americans, everything's sacred, like the bear and everything else. But I think that if these were just a natural creature, if they were just some bare-ass savages in the woods, if they were just some kind of hairy, undiscovered people, which I think they're closer to people than they are apes, which might be controversial in itself. I think if they were just some kind of mundane creature or even some kind of a missing link, they would be truth about these things would come out. There wouldn't be such a government cover-up. There wouldn't be such silence. It wouldn't be a beef jerky commercial. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't be as trivialized. It wouldn't be as laughed at if it was a regular creature. And I think it's very obvious to me that there's some kind of a connection. What that connection is, I'm not sure. Are they some kind of an offshoot of biblical Nephilim, where they have some kind of tainted blood? Are they an extra dimensional creature? Are they some kind of government experiment? Did some ancient civilization that's long since past create them? Who knows? But there's some kind of a truth about these creatures, whether it be the Loch Ness Monster, Sasquatch, Dogman, the Goat Man, all these different chimeras, if you will, that forces at work don't want to come out. And I think they are part of the bigger paranormal umbrella. And and it's, I think maybe calling them all demons isn't necessarily correct, but I think that maybe they were created with not good intentions, if that makes sense. Maybe evil intentions or unholy science or unholy creations or influence might be a better way of looking at it. Maybe they're not evil per se, because there are stories of Bigfoot rescuing people and helping people. And, I've heard a bunch of them. I could tell you a bunch of them. But at the same time, their intent in their making, what they are, how they came about, does not seem natural and does not seem to fit into the natural world. So to call them demons, I don't know if they're, a physical manifestation of a demon making you think you're seeing one, if there's some kind of a genetic hybrid. I don't know, but there's definitely a truth about these creatures that the powers that be, whether it be on this earth or not, does not want normal people to know about. So if that comes across to you personally as demonic, I do accept that answer, but I don't know if that's entirely inclusive.
Now, how much of it do you think is possibly from mythology, though? Because a lot of people do make up certain aspects of their encounter when they see something. When they say that they disappeared or just turned into mist or whatever, how much of that do you think is actually genuine or legit?
I think a surprising amount of it is. No, I'm not saying that they're just apparitions or something, but I think that there's a real famous one in Southern California down here in the Big Bear Mountain Range, where a guy saw an orb of light go down the road, look like a basketball just float by going down the road. And then a minute later, this Bigfoot came running by. Now, I think someone on the podcast, I believe it was Ty, said that he was an investigator. Now, if you jump to conclusions, you could say that the Bigfoot and the orb, there's got to be a connection there. Or you could say from an investigative point of view that the man saw an orb of light, then he saw Bigfoot. Are they connected? There's no evidence that they're connected. Are they both two really strange-ass phenomenon that happened in the same place? Yes, they are. So, I don't know. We just don't know enough to make these conclusions. But I strongly, and the other thing we got to think is, people going back 10,000 years ago, they weren't stupid. They didn't consider themselves old-fashioned in the Dark Ages. Even 500 years ago, people didn't consider themselves old-fashioned. They considered themselves modern. They were just as smart as they are now. Their interpretations might be different. So it's just really interesting that a vast majority of religions and belief systems, that they're demons, they're monsters. And not necessarily that they are monsters, but I will accept that answer as an interpretation. But as far as your question about them cloaking and red eyes, I mean, it's possible at a quantum physics. It's possible at a quantum physics level. Parallel dimensions, phasing in and out, frequencies. From an engineering point of view, there's such a thing as crossing frequencies and vibrational frequencies and infrasound. So from a scientific point of view, it can happen. So if there's some other force at work, if there's something else going on, or if they have abilities that some would call unnatural, I don't know. But demon does seem to be a good space. And when people say that they saw it vanished into a mist, there's going to be exaggeration out there. Yeah, maybe it ducked behind a tree when you blinked. But there's a number of people I've talked to where it freaking vanished right before them. And they were traumatized. And they were scared. And they didn't want to talk to anybody about it because not only was it Bigfoot, but it vanished before their eyes. And we can't discount those people. We have to talk to them. We have to believe them, or at very least listen to them. So I don't discount it.
Yeah, no, I don't discount anybody either. It's just, we have to take a lot of things into consideration when presenting that question. So, Carrick, what's your view on this whole thing?
Well, I think that it's the kind of question that when you ask somebody that question, the two of you, and maybe in this case you're asking it to a broad subject, and so maybe in this case it's you and the subject need to agree on, a few hundred things before you can truly ask that question at the right time, I think. We'd first have to agree on whether or not, when you say that all cryptids are demonic, well, what are we counting as all cryptids? And I think we also need to, in that case, I suppose you need to agree that all cryptids exist in the first place, which I don't think anyone here is necessarily ready to agree on, though I could be wrong about that. I would also say that you need to agree on what exactly you mean by demonic, because demonic can have, the broad definition might be something like it falls under the umbrella of spiritually or religiously negative, which I think you could make the case that that's in fact the definition. But by demonic, are we talking a Judeo-Christian version of demonic? Are we talking a tribal African vision of demonic? Are we talking a tribal South American vision of demonic? There are many different interpretations of what demonic actually means. We'd also need to agree that the phenomenon that can't be explained is or can logically be linked in any kind of way to religious material. So I think that the question is in fact very loaded, and I agree with you that it's loaded. And I think that it's so loaded that there's no way to really answer that question right now, because I think that Matt brings up very good points. There are phenomena that we're documenting here that, if they're actually happening, they don't make sense in our current understanding. But that doesn't logically make them demonic phenomena either. the things that we call demonic, when we call something demonic, we'd have to trust that that person understands the phenomenon so much that they can definitively call it demonic. Are we attaching meaning to a phenomenon that has nothing to do with a religious point of view of the universe, but seems to on the outside? Because a lot of phenomenon can be like that. That's kind of the whole debate we're having in cryptozoology in the first place. What is the phenomenon that we're documenting here? That's the big question. And I think to attach camps that are as, what would you say, perhaps as abstract as demonic would, well, I think it would be premature.
I would agree with that. Really asking that question is kind of like walking across a minefield blindfolded. There's really no way for any of us to answer that honestly and get it accurate just yet. But Coyote, what do you think about this, man?
Well, like he said, demonic is a cultural term. I'm not really a religious person. I'm not totally convinced that the phenomenon is a completely natural or physical one. But when I do my investigations, at least, I treat it as such. I treat it like I'm tracking any other animal, like I'm dealing with any other creature in the woods, because that's the only scientific way to do it. I carry bear spray. I don't carry a Bible. I think that we need to, even if there is some aspects to this phenomenon that isn't of this world or isn't explainable by science, we need to treat it as if we're dealing with an animal, because that's the only way we'll find any real shred of evidence or truth.
That's a good view on that too. And I want to drag you into this, Chris. What do you think?
Well, personally, and this is also going from a scientific standpoint, there is a very slim chance and a good possibility that we are dealing with something more than just a flesh and blood creature. But I also see it all too as the argument that we don't have even enough evidence and enough things in our notes to pinpoint them as flesh and blood to where we can start drawing into the next part of the phase of, well, these things could be supernatural, right? So let's just take the idea that Bigfoot's been around for a very long time, much longer than the dogmen. And for the dogmen, in the last 33 years or so since we really started to get an idea what the dogman is, we've built so many different conclusions, but yet we lack very little answers to that. So one of our biggest arguments, and we've always argued about it on the show even, when it comes to the supernatural thought of these things being demonic. And I think that while there might be cases where we do run into the idea that they might do a little something different, yes, but see, it also takes that firm believer to say, okay, look, let's think about it for a second. But if it sounds too good to be true, then yeah, you're going to be skeptical and kind of think, well, it doesn't sound all too like a supernatural type aspect. Because if it does get into that corporation, it's a 50-50 mix. I mean, yes, we hear those cases all the time of where someone says they swear that this thing vanished and we don't know what it was. That this thing had some sort of odor that is affiliated with some sort of negative energy. There's so many of those cases. But I also feel that there's a lack of resource. There's a lack of info, and very much so the lack of quantity in trying to get that conclusion. I feel there's just too much that's going on. I feel we're still at square one with certain answers, and we're just trying to overlap it to go and find a different answer because we're still lost in confusion with that, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense.
And see, I just want to also make this clear. One of the reasons why I love this panel so far, and I mean that with the greatness of integrity, is because, guys, we all have a different side view on it. And while we think of it in these different directions, we're very agreeable and understanding with each other's marks, and even, too, for everyone listening in. But how about Lobo and Tiberius? What do you guys think about the demonic aspect?
Well, Lobo here, and I say for me, I don't believe all of these are demonic, but I do believe that some are demonic or supernatural or something like that. But just given what encyclopedia or like the dictionary, what it says a cryptid is an animal whose existence is unsubstantiated, like mainstream science hasn't confirmed it yet. So if you think of a cryptid, like if we're thinking like let's say the giant squid was always seen as a cryptid. It was a myth. All the maps that had the drawings of the squid attacking ships and boats and all that. And I mean, even the platypus was once a cryptid. But those things are like, now they're recognized by mainstream science, and so therefore they're no longer cryptids. But you get into different things, like maybe like let's go with a rake, something like that. I would say, like, for me, like, that's something supernatural, something demonic. You get into, like a type 1 Sasquatch, just a Bigfoot, like a patty kind. It's going to be, I don't think it's going to be like a demonic entity, but more, like just a creature, an undiscovered, undocumented by the mainstream science creature. So kind of humanoid. And you think about it, like even the dog man, I think about the dog man, and I wrestle between these because, I get asked that a lot, do you believe, what is the dog man? Is it flesh and blood, or is it spiritual kind of a thing? But again, I'm just going to say, I believe some cryptids are flesh and blood, like just, an animal that lives here on Earth that's undiscovered. And then I believe that there are some cryptids here that are definitely demonic, that are predatory in nature. So that's my 2 cents on that.
If I could jump in real quick, just to what he was saying there real quick. One thing I admire what you said, but I have to disagree. Science doesn't want Bigfoot. Science doesn't want these cryptozoological creatures. It's been proven again and again that science laughs at these things. Any major scientific, and my mom has a degree in anthropologist. I know PhD level anthropologists. They get laughed out of the classroom, out of the college, if they talk about Bigfoot. They can talk about Neanderthals. They can talk about evolution. They can talk about histories. They can talk about biology and everything else. But the second you start talking about a large bipedal ape that isn't humans, they get laughed out, and they don't want anything to do with it. So to say that they're undiscovered species is true. But there is just so much overwhelming proof that the scientific community doesn't want to know or doesn't care. So they would love to discover another platypus or a new bird species or a giant squid. They would love that. There's people out on boats right now looking for strange sea creatures out there. But when it comes to Bigfoot, it has been proven again and again and again that mainstream science does not want to go anywhere near it. Why? I don't know. And you could have the best evidence. You could, the old throw one in the back of your pickup truck and drive it right to the news station. They still wouldn't believe you. They would still try to discredit you. So mainstream science does not want these creatures. So anyway.
I got to wonder, Matt, do you think that's because, if we were to discover these things, that mainstream science would be questioned so much? Because a lot of the people would go to scientists and say, okay, these things were out there, and you guys kept scoffing at it, yet here they are. So what's your answers for this stuff?
Well, I think if you look at the definition of paranormal is things that cannot be explained by science. Why are we trying to use science to explain them then? Why are we trying to use what analytical skills? Why are we trying to use our perceptions as human beings of what we've been taught? We were taught these things don't exist, so we're using those same skills to prove that they are. We're never going to get anywhere. We have to think differently. What that is and how it looks like, I don't know. But to answer your question, I don't know what the big motivation. Maybe it does challenge the whole modern science of evolution of these creatures. Maybe there is something in these DNA. Maybe it points towards creation, not necessarily from God, but maybe from a different culture or some kind of a chimera of a creation or a corruption of something. And that would very much throw off the natural Darwinism approach to evolution that's been taught in schools for a long, long time. So maybe there is something that challenges it there.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I honestly believe that if anything was ever confirmed to be real, a lot of scientists would have a very difficult time in saying why these things stayed hidden so long and why they couldn't explain their existence for all these years. I mean, it's been going on how long now?
Well, yeah, and it's to the point where it would be embarrassing if they came out with it.
Right.
And I think the other thing, the big elephant in the room, so to speak, or the big Sasquatch in the room, is that they do occasionally kill and eat people. And I think
Mhm.
some of the disappearances, and not just Bigfoot, Dogman, some of these other really out there creatures. And on a scale of 1 to 10, you know, you have like, Sasquatch is like a 3, a Dogman's like a 5, like a Rake is like a 7. You know,
Yeah, it would be.
if these really strange things people see. And yeah, I think it's just there's something to these things that challenges the whole narrative that's been put together for the last couple hundred years, and they really don't want that getting out there. Not to mention the liability that the government knew that these things existed, and yeah, they're killing people.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, but
So
we didn't want to warn you about it. Yeah, you may fall and break a leg. You may hurt yourself hiking. You may twist your ankle, and die of hypothermia in the night. But no one told you that werewolves or 9-foot tall hairy men are going to come out and tear you apart and eat you.
yeah, really, at this point, the best that science could do is go, "Oops, our bad," you know, and that's really about it.
Yeah, or they would have to come clean in the sense of, it's funny, people talk about Sasquatch disclosure where they're like, oh, it'd be great if the president or whoever, the Parks Department, whoever came up to the podium and they had a big slideshow of this is what they know. I think they would just stop enforcing. I think that they would just come out and let people who take amateur video not have it be debunked or suppressed. Or as people I know who have had really good pictures wiped off their hard drive when someone from an unknown source remoted into their computer and eliminated their good evidence, which is like, why am I even bothering in the first place, to be honest? So, yeah, it's the point now where I think they would just have to let somebody's good footage get loose, and then they would say, yeah, we've heard reports about this, we have some files, but we really don't know what they are. Just kind of play dumb.
Mhm.
Not to the point where they're like, yeah, we knew something was going on, we're not that dumb, but what it is we don't know. I think that would be the government's best recourse. Honestly, if they came out with everything they knew about these creatures, we would probably be more terrified of them than we are already. So I don't think we would ever get that. But I think with all the stuff that's come out with aliens lately, about how we have aircraft from an unknown source, from off worlds, from other Earths, which is like from this Earth in the future, parallel dimension Earth, another Earth that's galaxies away. Like, what do you mean by that? That I think this might be a domino effect in the next 15, 20 years. They either let some really good proof of Sasquatch come out, and then or someone gets it, slips through the cracks of social media before they can stop it. Or, once that happens, it would be a domino effect. Well, what about the Dogman these people are saying? What about the Dover Demon? What about the Loveland Frog? What about the the Loch Ness Monster? What about every single continent in the entire world has their version of a Sasquatch roaming around on it in every native society? What about all this? And I think that the disclosure of the North American Sasquatch would be a domino effect, and I think they're really scared of that.
Yeah, I would have to agree on that. And honestly, the whole solving and just coming forward with all the information about this, it would be kind of double-edged for me. I think it would be very bittersweet because, the mystery would be gone. And I think that's what a lot of us like about this subject is the mystery and the mystique and the not knowing. So if it were ever to be dropped that, oh, all these things are real, I don't know. I don't think I'd be really happy with that.
Well, and the other thing, too, is if the government, some guy in a suit, comes up to a podium, would you believe him?
No, I
believe
really
them?
wouldn't, but
They'd
no,
say, oh,
no.
they'd say, yeah, Sasquatch exists, but they're not violent.
Is
Or-
it okay if I
Yeah. Or
step in on this? I think,
Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think
Sorry.
the true thing about it is they don't want to put the resources and they're afraid to rewrite history on this. That's what the government and religious factions, stuff like that, they don't want to rewrite history. I mean, there's an island off of Italy that's called the Island of Giants that hasn't been researched, or archaeologists or anything haven't even touched that. And there's burial mounds and stuff that are huge for people at least 12 to 13 foot tall on that island that the government hasn't even touched. They've just been quiet about it. And it's just recently in the past like 3 or 4 years that people have been talking about this island. There's huge stone structures and everything, monolithic scale structures on this island, and it's just gone hush about it. But I believe that's the true thing. They don't want to put the money or the resources into rewriting history on religious and the beginning of time. It's that's my opinion on that. I mean, would you want to rewrite history?
Yeah, it'd be quite the responsibility to have, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You got to think about all the
But
problems.
you also,
Well,
you change the fundamentals of religion right by there. But, you know,
Exactly.
the second you admit that, Bigfoot's real, and then someone says, "Well, who made Bigfoot?" Okay, God made Bigfoot, but didn't God make man in God's image? So where'd this guy come from? So then
Right.
you're going to have a mass hysteria, and I agree. I think that's one of the reasons why they don't come clean. I think they could very well come clean, and it would all work. But as Matt said, and I think all of us have thought this over the years, how are they going to explain the fact that, oh yeah, we've had knowledge of these things since the inception of the country. Washington knew about them. The founding fathers knew about them, and every once in a while they'll eat someone. So there's that.
I mean, what's the difference between a Sasquatch ripping somebody apart and a grizzly bear in Alaska ripping somebody apart? Or
Because we know about the bears, we don't know about.
I think the Sasquatch knows about it in a different way.
But what I mean,
we have to consider the fact that this is. I agree with you a lot, Star. That there's a perspective which is almost no matter what this is doing to a person. Let's say.
Oh, you shut off.
Well, okay. I just wanted to just jump one real quick thing. The big thing between a Sasquatch and a bear is a Sasquatch is very, very close to a human, problem-solving intelligence. And I think there has to be a certain amount of gears turning in the Sasquatch brains of, well, if I eat this person, if I go club him over the head and drag him into the bushes, more humans are going to come looking for him. That's probably not prudent right now. But if one's desperate, hurt, a bad individual, hasn't eaten in a long time, they say, well, you know what? This person's really out here. I don't think anybody's going to come around. I followed him for the last 2 hours down this trail. I think I'm going to eat this person. That's the difference between a bear. Now, a bear can hunt somebody or something else like that, but they don't understand the broader repercussions of their actions. And I think that's the difference between a Sasquatch and a bear.
But I'm talking on a fear level. Like bears are everywhere. Sasquatch maybe 1 in 100.
Okay.
I mean, more people on a trail are going to fear a bear or a mountain lion attack than in the back of their mind thinking, oh, Sasquatch is behind the next oak tree.
Well, that's because
that comes from what we're taught.
Well, yeah, that's because they don't know any better. I think there's a genetic memory built into us because you got to remember, evolution-wise, not that long ago, even from a science-wise, if you're not an evolution person, there are bones of other hominid species that are very similar to us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I was in cultural anthropology, so yeah.
Right. Well, talk about the physical anthropology side. There is, right. I think there's a certain genetic memory in us that, hey, Neanderthals were a little shorter than us, but they were built a hell of a lot more robust. In a fist fight, you were probably going to
sack of potatoes.
You're probably going to lose. And when you get into like Heidelbergensis and some of the other species that were very large and intimidating, maybe about 90% of your intelligence, but certainly had the leg up on you when it came to physical prowess. They were able to make spears pretty close to yours. So I think when we encounter, it's kind of like if you walk down a dark alley and you saw like 2 6'5" dudes walking the alley and all you saw is these black outlines, you'd be like, oh shit, even if they're the nicest dudes in the world. It's just that kind of fear. And I think because the other part of it is you're told from an early age monsters don't exist. Bigfoot doesn't exist. It's all BS. And then here it is right in front of you. You're told bears exist.
Well, I think it's easy. It's easier for the government or the local authorities or whatever to pass off any kind of attack as an animal attack
Absolutely.
than anything else, because I'm sorry to say it, but at least 85% of the population follows what the media says. So we could preach every day that this is different signs, and if we don't have mainstream scientists backing the findings, they're just going to pass it off as a bear, a mountain lion attack, even a wolf.
I love it when they call a pack. I love it when they call a pack of wild dogs. That's always been my favorite.
Yeah, like
you're absolutely right, because but that's the perfect patsy. I mean, think about it. I mean, they're never going to admit that, there's a place not too far in North Carolina where I live, where this elderly woman was ripped apart, and they found her in a drainage ditch, and there was witnesses of seeing a massive, huge black wolf.
Right.
And all of a sudden, it became instead of that narrative, we got it was a pack of wild dogs.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like that. There's just there was no witnesses and blah blah blah. But someone did see a large black wolf. They said that they reported it. Said they never saw anything that big, and it looked like it had a German Shepherd head and shoulder. It said it was massive. That never makes the real narrative. And then all of a sudden, you got a pack of wild dogs out of nowhere.
But then you get something but then you get an article in some kind of off-stream shoot like the Sun or whatever, and people just laugh it off.
Exactly.
Right. I think that we have to consider too that there's some situations in which reports like that. There are some situations in which the reports that there are witnesses are credible, and some where they're not, because people do love to take stories that already exist and twist them to get popularity in this field sometimes. And in terms of animal attacks, we also have the point that, let's say we have a report where there are no witnesses, even if the death is under very strange circumstances, maybe there are no witnesses. I don't think that in that kind of situation, we can definitively say what exactly has killed a person if there's no sign of animal around to see. I don't think that there's many situations in which we can definitively say, oh yeah, this was a Sasquatch, because for one thing, we have to agree that Sasquatch exists. We have to agree that there's Sasquatch in the area.
Well, I agree with you. But there is someone that definitely knows, because, I think we can all agree that there's agencies that know exactly what a Sasquatch and a dogman attack would look like on a human being for predation. I think we can all agree on that. So I'm sure what happens is, if they think that's what's going on, they probably send in a group of individuals, and that's where the cover story comes from.
Yeah,
because if you've got an issue like that,
individuals, I mean, those are the ones that will go in to the actual media outlet and make the cover story and hand it.
Exactly, and that's what I think they do. I think they come in, they look at the evidence if it's questionable, and they say, oh yeah, this is definitely done by cynocephali. Okay, so now instead of that, here's what happened: is a pack of rabid dogs. So everyone's gonna have to watch out for rabies, because if you throw the rabbit in there, that even makes it scarier.
Hey,
Right. Well,
sorry about that. But just like going back to that question, I don't believe that all cryptids are demons, and yeah, I do agree with everybody on mainstream scientists definitely don't want these to come out for whatever reason. But yeah, I wanted to just finish that. I do agree with you guys 100% for whatever reason, right? That scientists don't want these to come out, and I respect Jeff Meldrum, his approach on it, him being a professor and him being at the university. He does it he works on it very he does it very unique, and I was so surprised that he hasn't been ran out, or but I've noticed like he has a very unique approach about it, and I do think that he tends to tread lightly on certain
but as someone that's in academia, I can tell you right now, he's good for business.
Yeah.
So if you look at his credentials basically lie in locomotion of primates. So when you see these footprints with the the mid-tarsal breaks and things like that, and the white toe spread, and they follow the 150 rule, that's perfect for him, because he can go study that, and actually his university is probably going to fund it, even because they're looking for when you're working at that level, you have to have research, you have to be doing active research, and let's face it, he's probably the guy to go to when it comes to cryptid locomotion. I mean, who else do you think of when you think about that? So I'm sure he's actually really good for business. And I agree with you. The way he takes, and I like the way he approaches it, because he's always saying if it's possible, or if these creatures would look like that, this is what they would look like. If they had this kind of weight distribution, this is what would be perfect for it, because the ankle would be further up, and that's why you'd have the metatarsal break. So I agree with you on that. The way he comes at it, you really can't refute it, because he's not saying it is, but if they did, this would be a perfect foot-leg design. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I agree with you on that one completely, because that's a real good point, because most people don't even think about that.
Okay, so one other thing I've noticed in studying missing persons cases, just real quick, I'll throw this out there, is how quick they are to say, especially in a lot of the classic ones in the 70s and 80s, that it was some kind of a demonic cult, or it was some kind of Satan worshippers, devil worshippers.
Satanic panic of the 80s, man. It's
satanic panic. And you
That's
still
all
hear
it was.
You still hear it to this day, though.
Well,
I mean,
every time in the 80s, I don't know how old you are, but I grew up in that era, and I couldn't wear my Iron Maiden t-shirt to some places because I'd get stared at real bad, and everyone was suing Ozzy Osbourne for their kid committing suicide. So I mean, yeah, and that I think it fit the narrative,
right?
Because if someone disappeared and they didn't want other people in that area, the Satanists got them. You better stay away from that.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of Satan, and
the witches got them.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, it's one of those things where that's also a known quantity. There are people that do worship Satan. There are witches out there. There are people that talk to demons. I have met them. They are not people you want to mess with.
No, I'm friends with some of them, actually, and I keep it on the low.
Yeah,
I know them. I mean, I'm a paranormal investigator too, so I mean.
Yeah, well, me too. But you keep them at arm's length and you tread lightly.
Oh yeah, they're not coming over for Christmas. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. They'll come over for Yule.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is that's a known quantity. People know that Satan worshipers and people, somewhere,
and they're scared of them.
Yeah, and someplace there is somebody right now sacrificing a kid or a baby or killing somebody or slaughtering a goat or whatever for some god or religion that we don't understand or don't want to understand. And that's a known quantity. But to most people, Sasquatch isn't even a known quantity. Like I was saying, It's a beef jerky commercial. How can a beef jerky commercials or Harry and the Hendersons or Sasquatch soap? They don't eat people. Are you crazy? They don't even exist. Oh, and then in people who are fairly intelligent, even my aunt, who's a PhD wildlife biologist, she studies grizzly bears, she studies lions, she's been to Africa and all over the world studying large carnivores. And I talked to her and she gives the very, modern science would have found something by now and they would have been proven. She does the same thing that most smart people think their response would be, and it's just like when it's not even on the radar, it's kind of like a UFO, unidentified flying objects. Nobody said it was an alien. We just said we didn't know what it was. And I think we have to kind of, have to remember that for lay people in Sasquatch, that, in a lot of encounters, you hear people like on Sasquatch, you hear it all the time, that they had an encounter in the 70s or 80s and the 90s or 10 years ago, and they weren't even thinking Bigfoot. Like it was a month later, it was 6 months later that it finally turned over in their brain and they're like, the 8-foot tall, hairy, upright walking creature might have been a Bigfoot. Like it's amazing how many people that it dawns on them earlier.
Well, the other thing, you could take that narrative too and establish it with, dogmen, because there's reports people having dogman encounters back in the mid-early 80s, refusing to believe that they're seeing a werewolf, because that's what they would have correlated. It's not a dogman per se. It's not a cynocephaly. It's a werewolf. So if the werewolves agree, that means that all that supernatural stuff and all the movies are got to be real, because I'm looking at it right there. They're not thinking in their mind that this could be just a flesh and blood creature that's just gone unnoticed for X amount of time, or just, science refuses to admit exists for whatever reasons. So, I mean, that makes total sense, because, I mean, think about it. How would you react if we all had no idea and we all were not cryptozoologists and we all didn't study this crazy field, and we're just out maybe with our family, or we're doing a hike, or we're out camping, and all of a sudden you look up and there's this, 9-foot, 900,000-pound werewolf that looks like, the Incredible Hulk covered in hair, and he just looks at, what are you going to do? I mean, exactly. You're going to have a Charmin moment. And I'll tell you something, most people, this is what, I'd take a picture. The hell you would.
You're gonna
The
get out
last
of
thing
there.
anyone's thinking about doing is taking a picture. I've been in that situation, and I've tried training myself to automatically go for the picture. That's the last thing you're thinking about doing. The only thing you're thinking about doing is, oh God, please let me live, or please don't be
Exactly.
hungry. You know, the last
Gentlemen,
thing you're thinking about doing is taking a picture. So that whole narrative totally makes sense to me, because once that's in your brain and you're thinking to yourself, did I see that? Did I see that? What else could it have been? You know, I think you get like a little, basically a sense of shock almost when you see something like that.
yeah, you do. Gentlemen, real quick, if I may, I don't mean to intervene. Very interesting conversation we're having, but we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Take this time now to do whatever you need to do, whether it's to go grab a drink or go to the bathroom, folks. We'll be right back here on the Venomous Fringe with our Cryptid Ops special event. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have returned. Thank you for your patience. It is great to have you all here, Fringeaholics. I am very glad to be here this evening, sitting down on a panel with some amazing researchers and joined alongside the gatekeeper and co-host Ryan himself. Ryan, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. Just enjoying this lovely group of people that we have here today.
I think, you know what, one of the best shows I think we've conducted here is sitting down with these amazing folk and just trying to get an idea on what they have, what they present to the table, you know?
Oh, I agree. This is something that's been a long time coming, man.
I want to leave off, I want to go back to Tiberius. Tiberius, I know that we got lost in the question because we were all talking on the context of it, but I wanted to get your opinions on cryptids being demons.
Can you restate the question one more time, please?
Sure. Are all cryptids demons?
In my limited experiences, I would have to say no to that question. But again, I think that question's got to be left up to the individual that had the experience, because their belief system plays into that, their heritage, how they were raised, how they look at the world, I believe will answer that question for themselves. For myself, no, I do not believe that all cryptids are necessarily demonic. I believe that they have a tendency to have a supernatural aspect to them, whether that's just because they've got abilities that we don't understand, or they truly have some kind of connection with the supernatural realm that they can whether phase in and out, or they can mind speak, or pick one and look at the different types of abilities that people have reported. And I think with each individual witness that you investigate and you do it, and you do a write-up on, they may experience things that other people haven't. And so I think that question is a very personal question per witness that you deal with. And for myself, in the different cryptids that I've experienced, some I would say definitely were demonic in nature or had some demonic activity around them, and others I just don't know, because I don't know that much about them except the limited experience that I've had, and then what I've learned from other witnesses, life witnesses, and researchers.
Yeah, I mean that's basically for many too, especially when you're hit with a taboo question like that, because it's very hard to try to get a good idea on because of the subject matter, plus two, with trying to explain it without feeling the ridicule, because that could be the wrong way of thinking about it. So it is a pretty taboo question. But I mean, all of you guys, all your opinions on the question, even when we were talking about it and when you guys had that discussion in the context of it, it's such an amazing idea to present, and it does make you think, and you guys really do have a good opinion and presentation on that. But Ryan, feel free to give it away with the next one. This one's a pretty good question.
Okay, why is there such a huge miscommunication in cryptozoology? Do you suppose people's egos are getting in the way? Do they not want to showcase their evidence, or is it just a simple lack of resource?
Who do you want to answer that first? Because I think everyone's got an answer for that one.
Okay, I think I'll go with you, Christian. Let's hear your take on this. You jumped first. So.
I think you're 100% right. I think it's ego. I think it's ego followed by the aspect where they think they're going to make money, and
Okay.
I don't think anyone can argue with that. There's a lot of ego. If someone gets a track, that's great, but you're not going to make any money off finding a track. And I think people get into this business, or it's not a business. People get into this, I guess, hobby is what I would call it. That's what I think it is for me. It's a hobby because they're curious and they want questions answered. But I know for a fact I'm never going to make any. I lose money every year doing this. I'm willing to bet you everyone that is on this panel pays for everything out of their own pocket.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
if I'm wrong, please correct me. But they do it because they've got a natural curiosity and they're looking for answers. They're searchers. They're explorers, just like me. They want to know things, and maybe they've seen something just like me and they can't explain it. And then boom, you've got a cryptozoologist that's born. But I'm also lucky enough to understand that I'm never going to earn a cent off of doing this. And I'm also of the mind that if you find any kind of information, post it, show people. Is this what I think it is? If it's not, tell me what you think it is. And there's always someone, well, I don't post that, but I've got definitive evidence, but I don't post that. It's because they either A, are lying, B, they think it's something and it's not, and they're afraid to be discredited, or C, they're holding out for a payout, which will never come. So I mean, it's either one of those three choices, and that's just my opinion. I could be 100% wrong, but I've run into people at like cryptid cons and Bigfoot festivals. And, they'll walk up and I'll be talking to them and they'll ask me to think about this, that, and I tell them my personal opinion and that's good. And then they'll say something like, how much you give me for personal? I got proof Bigfoot's real. I got a picture. How much you want to give me for it? And it's like, what do you mean how much you want to get for? What are you talking about? And, they want to sell you something you haven't even seen. And chances are, it's their cousin Ray in a fur coat, running 20 feet in front of them, jumping up a hill, and you can't see anything. It's a blob, and that's the sad part of it, because for some reason people correlate cryptozoology with a big payoff. And it is if you're looking for the intellectual and you're looking for the science aspect. Fiscally, that is not the case, in my opinion.
That sounds about right. I think, ego really does play a huge part because everybody wants to be that know-it-all. They want to be that one expert, and nobody's the expert. So, but Carrick, what do you think?
There's no such thing as an expert. I've said that before, and I know you've heard me say it before. There's no such thing as a Bigfoot expert. If someone tells you they're a cryptozoological expert, an expert, they're just
Whoa, what happened there?
Paranormal field, not in the supernatural field. What?
You kind of cut out a little bit there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying there's no such thing as an expert in the crypto field or the paranormal field or the supernatural field. They don't exist. Because there's no definitive science to all three of those subjects. So you can't have an expert. You can have people that know what they're talking about, and that's because they've done the research and they go out there in the field and they go looking for stuff. And if they're good, they know what they're doing. And even over time, they probably pick up, traits and habits and skills that help them with their research. But again, there's no such thing as an expert.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree with you on that. I mean, nobody knows everything there is to know. And I think that's where a lot of the problems come in, though, because everybody wants to be that one go-to guy. And when they're not that go-to guy, they get angry with everybody else. Now, Carrick, I wanted your opinion.
Everyone wants their name around like Gimlin, Everyone wants the film named after them or something like that. And that's, and you're right. That's where it comes from. I can't really think of anything else that would even correlate with why we as cryptozoologists or some cryptozoologists don't get along. I just think the ego is probably the number one cause. Or you might have a couple of people that just don't like each other. But I mean, I'd say it's probably 99% ego.
Yeah, I would agree. Carrick, what do you think, man?
I think the biggest problem is actually the fact that a lot of cryptozoology circles tend to be very dogmatic. And
somebody getting ready to self-destruct over there?
Oh man, we're all getting too
Sorry.
close.
That's my dogman alarm.
I think that dogmatic ideas are kind of what maybe are the origin of the disparities, practically speaking. Although dogma might be coming down from ego at some point, and it certainly does. I've actually had a conversation with a researcher, and I won't say who out of respect, but I was talking with this individual at one point, and this individual said to me during a phone call, "What's the point of research if your name isn't attached to it?" And that was,
Wow.
very telling of the kind of people that you sometimes run into in this field, just people who may very well share a good deal of your values in this field in the sense of they're looking for the truth, but they also have this deeply personal connection to it that is very self-feeding. And what happens when you have someone who's very self-feeding is that even if by accident, they become a figurehead, which you probably in most cases shouldn't be, because that kind of mingles too much with ideology. What happens then is, you have Facebook groups that, not to say anything about the members of Facebook groups, some of them are great people, but some Facebook groups that are dictated believers only, for example. And I can't really think of a much more dogmatic approach to the question of whether or not an animal exists other than, well, we're going to form a group to talk about this, but the only people allowed in the group are people that agree with our viewpoint. And there's tons of that everywhere. And I think that...
You know what? That is such a good point. I don't mean to interrupt you, my friend, but that is a brilliant point. Because you are so you are dead on with that. Because think about it. How many times do you talk to someone and they're trying to feel out your thought process, and if they don't agree with you, especially in the crypto world, they just walk away or they'll say something, and then next thing you know, they're saying stuff about you or things like that. It's for no other reason than the fact that they just don't agree with you.
Yeah, and that's the reason I think that that's so harmful, logically, scientifically, and in any terms of the pursuit of knowledge here, is because look at it like this. We're people, and we're extremely capable of making mistakes. Most of us make more minor mistakes in our lives than we do major successes. And the fact that that happens is pretty testament to the fact that we are very prone to an incorrect analysis by no one else's fault but our own. And if that's the case, if you are not looking to talk to people who disagree with you, to really be constantly fact-checking yourself to make sure that you're at least somewhere near the right track, you're going about the pursuit of knowledge all wrong as far as I'm concerned.
But that's the question you have to ask yourself. Are they really going in the pursuit of knowledge, or are they just going in the pursuit of fame?
And maybe they're going in the pursuit of fame, but sometimes people who are doing that, there's a very good mantra that is, you should assume the person you're talking to, always assume this, assume the person you're talking to knows at least one thing that you don't know. And if you keep that in mind, there's probably nothing more inquisitive that you could be. And what is this? Of a field that doesn't require that you be inquisitive in order to get anywhere.
I agree.
Isn't that a Jordan Peterson quote?
It is actually, yes.
His 12 rules.
I think the first one, yeah.
Can of Coke to Matt for that one.
He Googled it.
He did. He actually Googled it on his phone right now. We're watching him. But go ahead, Matt.
I watched him Google eggs.
Go ahead, Matt. You had your 2 cents in on this one.
I think the biggest problem that I encounter when talking to other researchers, and I'm not going to rehash what everybody already said. Yeah, there's a certain percentage of people that just want to be famous or want to make money, or people that are so close-minded that they, can't see the forest like through the trees, that they're only flesh and blood. There's nothing paranormal. They have to do this. They have to do that. They establish all these ground rules. It completely excludes a big part of the picture here when you're talking about cryptozoology. Mm-hmm. And I think another part that I have is I think it just comes down to people, not necessarily subject matter, that you have people that are in higher intelligence and lower intelligence than other people. I think people who are been into this for 2 years and listen to a few podcasts and think they have a good idea about it is going to be very different than a lot of us who've been doing this for 15 or 20 years. or a person who has purely looked into Bigfoot maybe entertains the idea of a dog man, but those people who believe in aliens and ghosts are crazy. You know, like who look at the paranormal phenomenon as a whole, but only want to look at one subject. Now, I don't deal with ghosts or I don't believe in aliens, but Bigfoot, I saw him one time. And I think you're just missing such a big piece of puzzle of this whole mystery and of life. And so I just think about it, that they're just people, I feel like we're all going down the same path, or we're all on different paths, but it has the same destination. Maybe that makes more sense. And I think, or if you want to have levels, some of us are level 7 cryptozoologists and some of us are level 2s. And when you're at a level 2, it's really hard to understand or even comprehend, or the level 7 may seem wrong to a level 2, but so I just think there's a difference in intelligence, a difference in understanding, a difference in open-mindedness, on top of the fact that some people just want to be famous, on top of the fact that some people just want to put their name on something or make money from it. I will say yearly, I do break about even. I do spend money, most of my money on gas, driving to places, a lot of money on equipment and cameras, but my YouTube channel does well, so it's kind of a break even. This year, I'm probably losing money on the amount of gas and field work that I've done, but I like hiking in the woods anyway, so it's not really a big deal. Just to go back to what he was saying earlier about anybody making money off of this. And I don't have a problem with people making money off this. You want to write a book or have a monetized YouTube channel like I do, and I've done guest experience. I've done guest appearances before where I've been paid quite well, actually. And I've been on a documentary where I was paid to be on there, and I fully disclose that. It's great that I can make a little money. Now, it's nowhere near even a McDonald's level job. We're still talking just a few grand a year. But my goal is never to get rich off of this. It's just to share knowledge. So yeah, I think there's just a big gap between people of, they say there's 3 things. There's the knowable, the unknown, and the unknowable. It's like, there's Sasquatch. You don't know how many Sasquatch there are. But if there's a big green purple hairy monster out there, you didn't know that existed until now. So you got to kind of understand that people who might be just getting into this have a very different view than people who've been doing this for a long time, and have a very different view from people who maybe are into Bigfoot, but into ghost hunting, or into aliens, who are into ancient history and myths, who tie it all together like I try to do, have a very different viewpoint from somebody like my mom, who's she's into Bigfoot, but she's very flesh and blood. She's very Dr. Meldrum, footprints, track cast, Patterson Gimlin, the whole walk and all that kind of stuff. She's very into the nuts and bolts of it, where I look at it as a broader paranormal subject. So I think that has something to do with the disconnect between researchers.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think really, the ego does play a huge part, though, because everybody expects someone to have the same evidence that others do. So when you tell people you're a Bigfoot researcher, they expect you to have the same kind of evidence that a certain Canadian Sasquatch researcher has, and I think you guys know who I'm talking about. And when you say you don't have that, they just don't want to believe you because he got such clear, defined photos of them, and you don't have them.
You mean the guy who tried to sue me?
You mean that would be the one that, yes.
Yeah,
that would
you
be
mean
the
the
one.
guy? Yeah, the guy who.
Are
tried
they
to sue
real?
Me, so.
Because I think we might be able to look at those and maybe reanalyze them in a different way.
Well, let's just skip over that topic altogether, though.
Yeah.
We don't want to slander anybody here.
No, we're not slandering anyone.
If I may chime in.
I'll just say this. If it's a really clear, crisp, perfect photo or video of a Bigfoot, it's probably a fake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Because
when they
the
get
powers
a
that
face
be would
shot
never
of it,
let
come
that
on.
get out. Just how elusive these creatures are, how hard it is to get it, and then the powers that be that control what information gets out about it. So if you see a very clear image of a Sasquatch, it's probably a hoax or from some movie or a college project or somebody getting very creative, because if it was real, they wouldn't let it out.
Right. It's like the stories you hear too, where like Dogman killed somebody. If somebody got killed by a Dogman, how'd the story get out?
Right.
Yeah, if there was no witnesses.
Exactly.
Dogman.
Right.
Yep.
So
And
Coyote,
you know what? I think we should. I think we're taking the high road here. So you're right. You know, we shouldn't bash anyone, and that's wrong to do anything. And if people are out there and they're trying, everyone has their own motives to do something, and we don't know what they are. So you know what? At least they're out there trying to do something. I just hope they do it in a positive way.
hmm
If I may
I
chime
think with
in,
your motives, though, you really have to look at your motives very closely if you're going to get into this stuff. You know, if it's just about making money and getting your name out there, then perhaps this isn't the field for you. But if you want to get
I don't
answers,
know. That some of these people are doing pretty good. I mean, you know, they're getting TV shows and all the
yeah,
other
but
stuff.
where does it really
But
get them, though? I mean,
exactly. But I
Most of
mean,
those
in the
TV
end, if you're
most of
doing
those
that, you're
TV
not really a
shows are
researcher.
yeah, and most of those TV shows
Yeah.
are terrible. So,
yeah, they are.
I
They're
mean,
horrendous.
they're absolutely horrendous.
Well, if you look at the back when the show's over, it says "written by."
Yeah.
You know, so
well,
it's a show. It's entertainment.
here's what I will say to also this. I mean, it is a pretty catchy question because I'm sure we have encountered people with that nature, and if that's what they like, yes, let them do what they want to do. But at the same time, you also stick to your ground with what you do as research because it does contradict the field a bit, especially with that type of behavior. Now, I can go on a limb and be honest and just be straight up that yeah, I do not get along with everybody in the field, but you're not supposed to. You're not always going to be someone's friend or someone's close affiliate in the field. That's just nature right there. That's just human society as a whole, especially if it comes to difference in belief. But at the same time too, I mean, it all does come down to the fact, even like Matt said, we're all taking different paths, but we're at the same destination. So it's a matter of what you do with it and how you go about it, and if you're wise enough to know what you're going to do with it, because it does come back and bite you in the back of the ass, it's just how it is. If you do have that type of ego mentality. But at the same time, I can see it as a rabid question because, yeah, it does really divine, and not to berate anybody because it's not to berate, it's just the idea of experience, because it does go back to what we're trying to find out, and that is the truth on what the cryptids are, despite how many type of beliefs we might have with it. But it is a pretty taboo question, but I just wanted to chime in on that because it is pretty heavy.
Well, taboo questions are the questions that you should be asking.
yeah, true enough.
Well, I don't say it in a bad way. I'm just saying in general because I can one can take it.
I'm saying I agree that they should be asked with you.
Oh no, absolutely, yeah. But I mean that's why it is a question after all, right, guys? No such thing as a stupid question.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Let's get some other views on this. I mean, Lobo, if you want to chime in, or anybody else that wants to chime in and give their views, let's hear it.
All right. Well, I think the reason why for so much is why for so much miscommunications and disagreements on there. I guess a couple things, like for one, like what we were talking about, the ego thing. There are some people who believe like a tunnel vision, one way thing, and that their opinion is the most accurate and it overrides anybody else's opinions. And then you have people who are just, kind of don't respect other people's opinions. They want to, kind of convert them to their opinions and prove why their way of thinking is wrong or whatever. And then you also have people who are just so easily offended when somebody disagrees with them. They get offended, and and then it blows up into, we've seen it all the time, all the arguments online and stuff. There's one group, I'm not going to say the name, but there's a lot of awesome groups. But I was just sharing a bit, here in my area in Twin Falls, we have the largest lava cave system in the world. So I posted a video, and then I shared it, and I said, hey, who knows what kind of creatures are down here, just kind of messing around. And somebody says, well, we know there's no dogman in caves ever, and so then we kind of went back and forth. I'm like, well, you can't say there never have. What if one has traveled through, or whatever? What if one lives in another part of the country? Like, we don't know that. And a person is just adamant, like, no, I know that they would never be in there, like in a discussion kind of a thing. I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of a closed-minded thing. But I think maybe if we were more open-minded and just kind of, and not being so easily offended when disagreements come, and also, not just really pushing our views, but more of sharing a view. There's a big difference between that, and I think that can get mixed up a lot
Hmm.
when I share my view versus when I push my view, or when I try to discredit, when somebody tries to discredit an eyewitness or somebody who has an opinion on something. And it's like we've heard there are no experts on this. Nobody really knows, so everything's up in the air. And so maybe we should all be open-minded, and at least try to respect other people's opinions. But there's times where you do have to speak up, and you do have to share your opinion, and even if it goes against the grain or goes against the culture of cryptid researching. There's kind of like a culture set there, and when somebody says something or something happens that is against that culture, a lot of times, just like any other situation, a lot of times um, that kind of disagreement on your culture bothers people. And so there's a lot of passionate people out there too that are very passionate, and they're just really they could be gung ho, and there are some people, honestly, and for all of our listeners out there, I'm not saying that when people have an experience or they believe something is 100%, nothing is going to sway their mind, even if it's out there, even if it's like, what? It's like, are you serious? What happened? Or you saw what and it did what? And the person believes it 100%. And even though it's out there, it's like, maybe I will doubt it, or maybe I would be like, oh, maybe there was, some, people say hallucinations or whatever it may be, but to that person, it's 100% real, and
Right.
and they could be passionate about that because it's their own experience, and who am I to go to them and say, no, you're wrong. This is what happened, or this is probably what you saw, or this is the way it is, when you can go about it a different way, like I said, of not pushing your opinion but sharing it. And it just keeps because when you do that, walls come up.
Hmm.
When we push our opinions and we try to discredit people when they believe it 100%, they they go on the defense, and it just doesn't end well. And so that's something that I try to do personally, is not to discredit people and not to push my opinions or my views, but to be open-minded, and if I disagree, I disagree. I don't have to die on every hill. There's a lot of hills in this, in the cryptid culture, and I decided a long time ago, not every hill is worth dying on. There's times where I'm just gonna, okay, I don't need to share my opinion, even knowing that it's going to contradict theirs. There's a time and a place, and I used to be really gung ho on it a little bit at first, but then I got to a place where it's like, you know what, I need to die on every hill. Let's just hear people out.
Hmm. Yeah, I think a lot more people would get along if they would just remember there's no absolutes really when it comes to cryptids. Nobody is ever going to know all there is to know. So we can't say we're the experts. This person's wrong, that person's wrong, and we're right. It just doesn't work that way.
Yep, I agree.
This is Ty. In my limited experience, I've come to find that a lot of the miscommunication comes to our level of openness, number one, our level of maturity, number two, and being able to not be quick to be defensive. How Lobo and I met, I was selling a truck and I had a Sasquatch sticker on there, and I let people come to me. I try not to bully people because, a lot of this type of stuff can be like being back in elementary school out on the playground. And so if I even begin to get a hint of that in any of my information I'm trying to give to people because they ask, I'm done, because I don't want to argue. I've got more important things to do. Life is precious. Life is short. And so if there's something that I've experienced or an opinion that I have that can help somebody, great. Or if there's something they have to share, I try to be in a place where I'm teachable. Because if I can stay teachable and I can stay humble, and my character can be that way, I get along a lot better with people. I get more information and more is done. And so that's kind of where I hang out with that. I think that there's a lot of miscommunication because of that. That's much about it.
Chris, do you want to jump in on this one? Give your opinion, or?
Well, like I even said too, I mean, when it comes down to the idea of where we're at in the tract, yeah, there are some people who do take it as a business, and I do understand and I respect that too, because I mean, yeah, if you do try to take it as a business and you want to make some profit out of it, you can go for it, but at the same time too, also be real with your research and make sure that you're not necessarily I kind of see it as a statistic wise is like if you profit just to do whatever, such as whether it's storytelling or in the generalization going forth with it, do it how you wish, but of course there's always going to be the naysay, the negativity behind that, in which one can say, oh well, it's an ego trip or something in that sense, or just the whole misinformation as a whole. But I will say too that everyone does have a right to do what they want to do respectfully, if it's a YouTube channel or if it's a podcast even, because everyone has a character when you do a podcast. That's just how you get to be noticed, is developing that type of podcast frame. And for sure, behind the podcast there could be someone that is as genuine as could be. But at the same time, you don't know that. You don't know the person personally, So it rolls both ways, but I really have to agree with what everybody else has really said about it. If anybody else has a different take on it, feel free to go ahead and, Coyote or Star even,
Yeah, I'll jump in. I think one of the biggest problems with the disconnect in our community, it comes from the really odd lines in the sand that people tend to draw. Like there have been two both well-known researchers getting in arguments on live shows about whether dogmen have backward bending or forward bending legs, and they were both adamant that no, they don't have forward, or no, they don't have backward bending legs. They talked about it like they knew. I've heard people discount entire eyewitness accounts just saying like, oh, you said the dogman you saw had tufted ears. Dogmen don't have tufted ears. People have said, oh, you said you said this Bigfoot had red fur. They never have red fur. They only have brown or black fur. It's people pretending that they know something they don't, and completely discrediting entire chunks of researchers and eyewitnesses and evidence just because it doesn't line up with their own beliefs. And I'm sure, Ryan, you've ran into this problem talking about how the dogman you saw resembled a hyena. It had spots. Some people,
Oh yeah.
some people are like, that's not a dogman. I'm like, you know what you saw, and people are discrediting you because it doesn't line up with the quote unquote facts that they've been spoon fed by maybe the one or two figureheads they listen to and the sort of cult of personalities they stick to, and just eat their dogma and don't listen to anything else. It's people drawing these lines into the sand and backing themselves into a corner. Well, they'll say like, oh no, Bigfoot can't do this, dogman can't look like that, goatmen don't exist, the rake is not real. They'll draw these lines in the sand where they'll say, oh yeah, Bigfoot can be 13 feet tall and white and live in the desert, but dogmen can't have a tail. It's these lines in the sand that people draw that divide the community senselessly.
Yeah, that's true. That's something that does happen quite often. So, second Star. What about you, man? What's your opinion?
Okay,
Uh-oh.
I was raised in small towns, and the thing is, most people are afraid to say what they experienced because, for one, they'll get ridiculed in a small town. Everybody knows everybody. If you start spouting things of seeing Sasquatch, Dogman, little green men in the bushes, most people in those areas will call you a nutcase, But then there's the people in those areas that are also glory seekers. not in it per se for the money. They're in it for the glory. So they can go back to wherever little hole in the wall that they came from and say, look, I'm not crazy. It's been that way for generations, and a lot of those places are also very religious, like I grew up in a small place called Saudi Daisy, Tennessee. And if you go and tell your brother or your sister or whatever that you saw a Sasquatch cross the street, not only will they make fun of you, but they're going to go tell their friends, and their friends are going to spread that rumor and everything around. I think it's fear and also glory that these people want. There's the people that are fear of being ridiculed because, as even y'all know, researchers, scientists, stuff like this, even if you call the local police station or whatever, and that's what they do in small towns, they call the Bubba Joe on, the third shift sheriff, and he's going to tell you that you've just been drinking too much and you need to go to sleep. There's a lot of that ridicule in those small towns that they don't want to talk to you. They don't want to talk to you about that, at least. But yeah, there is people out there that think they're going to get money. Like in Stonewall, Texas, over here, there's an ice cream parlor that has a Bigfoot sign up holding the ice cream, holding a huge ice cream. And those little towns, they want that business. They want people coming there. And yes, they want it for money. They want it for their business and stuff. And what's the best way to do that? Get people like us out there. Because they think if we go out there on some, crazy story, that we're going to go out there and we'll bring something, we'll bring National Geographic or Discovery or even the Travel Channel out to those places and get their name on the map. It's more than money. I think we're not looking at the other reasons that these people are not giving us full information either, And I think fear and ridicule is the main thing why we don't get full information on stuff. And that's my take on it.
All very good points. Chris, do you want to follow up with the next question?
Absolutely, guys. Now this one, let's get into something a little interesting here. We want to talk about the whole relationship between humans and cryptids, right? So, should the humans be terrified of cryptids, or should there be a built or a mutual understanding between both species? Carrick, how about you take this one?
Well, I think that depends to some extent on, well, to a great extent, really, on the reality of not only the cryptid existing, let's say, but also what kind of animal we're dealing with. People are animals, but there's also a very large, and I would argue to some degree, well-founded school of thought that, for instance, Sasquatch might actually be more of an offshoot of a human if it exists than more of a non-human primate. And if that's the case, you kind of have the issue of, okay, well, we're not dealing with something that we put in a zoo, then, if that makes any sense. We're dealing with something that is related to us more directly than we would maybe have admittance to in other species. Now, if it's something along those lines, I think the relationship is rather complicated. But if it's something that's, let's say, purely, let's say, strictly non-human or not close enough to human to give personality to or character to, which is difficult because we give character and personality to dogs, and they certainly seem to have them. So there's a strange blurry line there, but I think that in general, any non-human animal that is bigger than you is something that under the correct circumstances is something to be very cautious of. I remember when I was on Venomous Fringe, we actually discussed the kind of popular notion of, the Sasquatch fights the dogman sort of thing. And I think what it comes down to is it almost doesn't matter if it's more closely human or more closely non-human. It's a very large animal that is capable of either being or taking on an apex predator of the area. And anything to that extent is dangerous under certain circumstances.
That's pretty good explanation too, and I think it's a pretty little bit of a tongue twister type of a question, because we don't really, you have to know somebody, or at least kind of get a thought process on the idea of that type of relationship.
Hello? But we're still here.
There we go.
Yeah, we're waiting for Chris.
Sorry guys, for everyone out there who I had the chat that were on muted, the microphone. So I'm sorry guys. So you guys can hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Well, I do agree, Carrick. I do think that there is a display right there where, in those margins of that type of relationship, it's kind of like, who and what type scenario. You also have to know someone really in a particular stance to kind of get a good idea on it. But Christian, what do you think about that question?
I mean, it's almost. It's almost exactly like my friend before me just said. It's one of those questions where it just kind of it falls into the category of, it depends on who does what. You know what I'm saying? It does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it's because you have one person do something and it's a proactive, or it's a helpful. For the science and for cryptozoology, and then you could have someone else that's just kind of doing something he shouldn't do, or pushing something that he knows isn't true, and then it's a discredit. So it's a double-edged sword. It's another double-edged sword in this field, and unfortunately, I think we have too many of those that are harmful to us.
So would everyone else agree in a way of what Christian and Carrick are saying?
Absolutely.
Me, I believe that the cryptids are more afraid of us than we are of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you look out, we're always destroying their habitats. We're always building more houses. We're taking away nature. I mean, what would you do if somebody comes to your house tomorrow and puts an eviction notice on your door and says you have to go somewhere else? It's they're not stupid, and they know they can't just go walking down Main Street and live like us. They have to have this environment. This is what they know. This is what they live for. It's a whole entire thing, like these attacks, or when an attack happens or something, I believe it's more out of fear. I believe it's more, if birds could attack, birds attack you when you go to their nest because they think you're going to steal their eggs. There's so many videos and everything of trees being thrown at construction workers and stuff in Canada, cutting down trees in the forests of Canada. We're not looking at it on their perspective. We're looking at it as a human perspective. We're not looking at it as a wild animal that needs this to survive. We can go to a grocery store, get our food, drive back home, turn on a TV, and sit in the AC or heat. They can't, it's I believe we are the demons to them. You know, we're the bad guy, and they're just trying to live their normal life. Oh, you know, what if somebody does hit a Sasquatch with a car on the street? You know, he was walking there first because he doesn't know what a street is or a car is. And he sees I'm getting to another part of the woods. And everybody else freaks out because they see a giant hairy man coming out of the woods. What about do you say that about the unkempt, you know, hippie population that lives in the woods too? It's it's one of those things. It's like, I believe in reality, we are the bad guy to cryptids. That's why they do this.
Well, I'm going to have to 100% disagree with you guys.
And why?
Any elaboration on that one?
Okay. For me, if you look at a Sasquatch, you look at a dogman, 8, 9 foot tall, horrible fangs, claws, something that, I mean, at the very least, Bigfoot, we know there's other upright walking hominid species. But a dogman, this is something else. This is something crazy. And you look at offshoots of Bigfoot, like the Wendigo species that are fully carnivorous and have claws and fangs that live in the subalpine. And you have these horrible gugly creatures they're like a Sasquatch with like a baboon snout. I look at these creatures, and I think that this goes back to why they're not disclosed. And I think this is not a work of God. This is not a work of evolution. This is some kind of design, and God or nature did not design this creature. This is something designed for a reason. You're not
nature created mountain lions and tigers and lions. And
none of them, okay, but none of them have the intelligence of a Sasquatch. None of them.
Do you not remember the ghost of Africa?
Necessarily make it a non-evolutionary creation, because we're that intelligent, and there are also creatures that are equally terrifying but don't share the intelligence. We're that intelligent and don't share the terrifying aspects. Yet there are thousands of combinations in nature that do combine traits that normally aren't combined. And I'm not trying to argue a point for creationism or anything of that kind. I would like to make the counterpoint that simply because we have not observed that combination in nature before does not therefore mean that that combination is impossible.
Okay. Well, okay. Let me finish and get to my broader point here. I think that they should be feared, yes. And I think in some of these species and creatures, fear might be their ultimate point. Now, fear is different than actual attack. Like, I think, you know, there's a lot of reports of dogmen. They look hideous. They look scary. They're terrifying. And there are reports of attacks. But I think intimidation might ultimately be the point of some of these creatures, to keep people away from something, to keep people out of the woods, to keep people out of a certain area. People are getting too close to something. Or, you know, and for some of the people that go into the broader paranormal subject, which is why I said this is important, the idea of demons who feed off of fear. Okay, what goes bump in the night? What's this apparition in the hallway? Poltergeist activity of things moving around. I've experienced this myself in real life. It is absolutely terrifying. And when I see one of these creatures, when their mere presence is absolute frightening in a deep core way, more than a mountain lion, more than a bear, more than having a gun leveled at your head, you have to think there's something more to this than just nature, God at work, them being a creature trying to go about their business. So yes, I do think that they should be feared and respected. Now, now that being said, I'm not saying you should never go camping or go in the woods. I think you need to understand what's going on, and I think people need to fear these things in a healthy kind of a fear way.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Well, in my experiences and everything, I'm always in the woods. I'm always camping. The sounds that you hear, the bumps in the night, the stuff like that, you grow accustomed to them. I've I've never once had to worry about bears coming into my campsite. I've never once had to worry about mountain lions coming into my campsite. And I believe the same thing with these cryptids. They don't want a part of us. They don't want to be a part of us. And the ones that do happen to attack, like how you said, they may be defending something. I believe if they attack, they're going to be defending their child, if anything, more than if a Sasquatch can disappear in a blink of an eye, like what people say, then yeah, that's fine. But their child may not be able to. So if I mean, you can see killdeer birds. The mother bird will hop away with a broken wing to predators if they get close. They'll even do it to humans if you get close enough to their nest because they nest on the ground to distract you away from their babies. That Sasquatch may be defending their child. I mean, what would you do if 3 drunken teenagers come into your house and they just come into your house? Are you going to defend your child and your wife and yourself?
Okay.
Or are you just going to let them?
Okay. You are bringing up really good points, and I do agree with you. They are a species of some kind, and they do need to procreate, and most species do defend their young and want to be left the hell alone, and they probably don't like it when you tribes to the woods and disturb their hunt. I get it.
Right.
What I'm saying is on a deeper level and on a bigger picture, they are here for a reason. And this maybe has to go back to why there is such a cover-up and why there is a mystery to these creatures. That is why they have such an imposing force, a fear, infrasound, exaggerated predator features, being able to run as fast as they can, maybe even some of the more paranormal. I mean, I'm just talking pure physicality. I'm not even talking about some of the paranormal things.
Well, Matt, do you have like a theory on this? Is this why? I mean, because I'm. This is very interesting what you're saying, but do you have a theory, like a personal theory, as to why these creatures should be feared?
Yes. I think that there are certain spots around the United States and all over the world that are areas of high strangeness. These are areas where people disappear, strange lights, orbs are seen, giant skeletons walk around, dogs and cats living together, strange ass shit. I think that these creatures are sometimes put in these areas to keep us out. And
now, do you think that's a natural phenomenon, or you think that's something to do with, like, you know, is there an agency, or is there some kind of bureau that's doing this, or is this just something that happens in nature?
Oh, I don't think that this is nature as in the birds and bees nature. I really don't know. It could be ancient civilizations. It could be some kind of vortexes or portals to another dimension. It could be conventional underground military bases. And these things have always been there, and they've captured them and reprogrammed them, or genetically modified natural dogman species. I've heard reports from insiders say that there are pureblood Bigfoots and Bigfoots that have been genetically tampered with. Now, I don't know if that's true.
Atlantean species that they talk about.
Yeah, maybe, but I think in the more modern last 50 years of the U.S. government type stuff.
I thought you were going about the Atlantean species, like subspecies.
That very well could be too. And I think that if you look back through humankind, think that we're the only people that have discovered genetic technology, and what is publicly known, what's going on in laboratories somewhere, we have no idea. Deep underground, some base in China, some laboratory, they fully well cloned humans somewhere else, and they've bred and crossed every kind of animal, abominations as the Bible would call them. And I think if you're going to have some kind of a scout or a guard to a military base entrance, or an entrance to something, or an area of high strangeness, these things would be perfect because they're self-sufficient. They could live out in the woods and hunt. They can sneak around. They can keep an eye on things.
Oh, you're talking about like the one in Norway or Switzerland that there was supposed to be some research facility up there, and they have humanoid talking Bigfoots that patrol the woods.
I've actually never heard of that. I'm just talking generally in the United States, generally around the world.
I heard
these creatures occurring in an area. So what I'm trying to say, back to the ultimate question, is I think they should be feared because I don't think that they are a natural part of the ecosystem. I think they're something bred or continued or disrupted or modified. I don't think that they are here naturally, so to speak.
See, I agree with
I'm just
you.
curious. I'm sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
The longer I do this, I'm just going to be honest. But
Hold on, you're breaking up again.
I can't hear your point.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
You guys hear me?
Say it again.
You hear me? Okay. The longer I've been doing, the longer I do this, the more I start to wonder to myself if these things aren't offshoots of Nephilim. And I was wondering if you guys might have thought in that general area too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or it's a
I
factor.
don't know.
This is Tiberius. There is documented evidence in the antediluvian time of giants, and I know people personally that have in their possession giant skulls and things like this.
Yeah.
I think that talking about giants is one thing, but talking about specifically the term Nephilim is somewhat different because, and
Yeah,
please
that
correct me if I'm wrong, but there's
Well, that's why I said it's an offshoot of the Nephilim.
well,
You know,
the term Nephilim in the first place is a bit problematic because, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm probably not as familiar with this as a few of you are. As far as I know, there's, well, obviously like all things, but especially with this term, considering it actually covers a somewhat small range in the passages, there's a good amount of debate as to whether or not the term giant being applied to Nephilim in Scripture is metaphorical in the way that we call people we admire giants, or literal tall human giants.
now
Right.
if you have you ever read Gary Wayne's The Genesis 6 Conspiracy?
No.
Yes.
He okay, so you know what I'm about to say. He covers all that. They were giants. They were literally massive. The original
30 to
Nephilim.
40 feet, yeah, in the beginning.
Exactly,
Yeah.
30 to 40 feet. The original offshoots of Nephilim, their skin was gleaming. They had reptilian eyes. They were just massive, and there was a lot of them, and they all had one thing in common. They wanted to take over the world. That seems to be like their biggest problem.
And
These
they were
Nephilim come around and they want to take over. That's
See,
just
the
what they
thing-
do.
the
That's
thing
kind of what
with
they're
the
bred
giants-
for.
The thing with the giants is most people consider them survivors of Atlantis, and they are. I mean, even that small island. I'll look up the island off of
it's the
Italy.
island of
That's supposed to be
Malta.
the island of giants.
I think it's the island of Malta.
Yes, yeah. That's
Is that what you're talking about, Malta?
Yeah. I mean, like they claim that those giants were from Atlantis, like everybody.
But if you look at the historical data they can trace back to the Middle East, back to the Phoenicians where they came from. If you're willing to look at the evidence, it's there.
Right.
And I'm going to bow out now. I'm going to let you gentlemen.
I mean, it's just that term Nephilim is so loosely thrown around.
And
I mean, you can't say Nephilim makes everything.
I do want to share one thing on this subject. In Scripture, there are 4 different races of giants that they talk about, not just the Nephilim, the Raphaim. I mean, there's several of them.
Yeah.
But the thing about
the
Scripture,
Raphaim.
you got to understand the Bible. Its message is about who God is and what Jesus came to do. And I'm not here to try to preach.
Yeah,
anything.
preacher.
I'm just giving you the historical background of what Scripture says. It's just like we've got atomic energy. The The Bible doesn't talk about that, but it's here. So anyway, I'm going to bow and I'll let you gentlemen finish.
I just think there's still some form of nature to these creatures. I mean,
Well, absolutely, there's some form of nature. They have to eat. They have to drink.
right.
They have to exist. Yeah, there's some form of nature, just like we're all part of it.
I mean,
Yeah,
they're
but
not.
that doesn't mean they
I
can't be
mean,
the descendants of a different kind of being. I mean, that's
Yeah.
you know, I understand what Matt's saying with this, and I understand. I also understand your point too, because a lot of people do throw the Nephilim word around, like they use it for free. It's like, oh, it's a Nephilim,
Right.
this stuff. But I'm saying is a possibility that they're an offshoot of a Nephilim. In other words, maybe at one point in time,
Like
a
the blood.
Nephilim.
Well,
Like the bloodline went through this, and it's just been so diluted, but there's still enough of that Nephilim DNA in there. That's why they have the size, the intelligence, and maybe that
It's definitely
that would explain a lot.
it's definitely a good theory. For me, Nephilim theory is a theory. It doesn't answer
Exactly, and
all
that's
the-
what I'm saying. But that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
said. The longer I do this, the more to me that makes sense, and that's
It
just
does
me.
make a lot of sense. No, I'm on the same page you there. It doesn't answer all the questions, but
No.
it's about 80% there. That there's some kind of
Because
a
it would
bloodline
explain the
going way
intelligence level. It would explain the strength. It would explain
The cover
why
up.
they look the way they look.
Look
back. Cover
at
up.
The cover exactly. It's
Because
literally in biblical proportions.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Listen,
go ahead.
if you look at ancient structures, I've been all around the world, and I've firsthand seen these ancient structures. They're all around the world. You can't deny that. Somebody built those. We didn't build them. Even the technology today, we don't have the ability to build these. I've talked to engineers. I've got.
No, we don't have the precision.
No, we don't. And on my
We
side,
can't even replicate Giza.
Yeah.
Right. So part of my point of view comes from, I know a lot of professors, I know a lot of doctors, and working in the federal realm, a lot of these people and a lot of these high profile scientists will talk about things. I know people in the park services that know these things are real because they've been out there. See, you need to go to the loggers, you need to go to the park rangers, you need to go to the people that are out there all the time to get what their opinion and their experiences are, to be able to build some kind of a database for the understanding. Go to I know very few archaeologists that will touch this subject, but I know a few that will. Anyway, with that, I'm going to bow and let you gentlemen finish this discussion.
Definitely, guys. And with that being said, folks, we're going to be taking another break. Take this time wisely as you could. And when we come back, we'll have a couple more questions with our amazing panel, guys. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is very good to have you all here this evening. I'm very ecstatic to have you all in chat right now. I know there's been a lot of interesting chats going on and everyone tuning in. I'm very excited to have you all here on this panel tonight, listening in, as well as also our guests. Of course, guys, I'm joined by Lobo and Tiberius, Christian from American Cryptid Paranormal, joined by none other than Carrick from Crash Course Cryptozoology, Matt Starr, guys, and even Matt Squatch, and of course Gatekeeper Ryan. Guys, how are you guys all tonight?
Doing very well.
Fantastic. Having a great time here.
Good.
So far.
I'm okay.
You're always okay, Matt.
You know, it's a very interesting debate and good conversations tonight, guys. I think probably you never see anything like this in this capacity of just being honest and blunt with things. And while we talk about the discussion of Dogman, we talk about Bigfoot, we also talk about some other stuff too. And Ryan, your next question I think is pretty interesting too. It does allude to a lot of the things we've spoken of in terms of cryptids.
It's very controversial as well, but do you guys believe that cryptids are responsible for the missing 411 cases? Now, who do you want to start off with this one? Matt Squatch, maybe?
Go for it, Matt.
Yeah. You're probably going to get the same answer from a lot of us. I've been into missing 411 for a long, long time. My thing is, I think the short answer is yes, but I think a very small percentage. I think 5 or 10% of the cases, if you read case by case where they went missing, of the areas of high strangeness that occur around the United States, areas of sightings in the past of Bigfoot. And then, hey, they went around the rock and then something untied their shoes, or it was a little kid or whatever. Some of it really, really lines up to it being a Bigfoot. And I know that there are even some stories of some of the kids who were recovered saying that the big dog, the big hairy dog took me and fed me berries by my hand and then put me back on the trail, but that was an incredibly rare one case. So I think the vast majority of people in Missing 411 are going missing for some other unexplained supernatural force, some other phenomenon, something that we don't know. But I think in a small percentage, Bigfoot, Dogman, some other cryptozoological creature seems like a good suspect, but not all of them. And then that's it.
It's a very interesting topic, but Carrick, what do you think about this topic here?
It's funny. I think that on this one, even though our viewpoints tend to disagree on a lot of fronts, I agree mainly with Matt Squatch on this one because it does seem like there's a higher percentage of very uncovered, if that makes any sense, in the sense that it's not phenomenon that's regularly reported, even in the realm of cryptozoology, phenomena attributed to these missing cases. And a lot of them, of course, is simply the act of going missing in a place where it's easy to go missing. Some of it does have very strange circumstances attached to it that aren't even really explained, I think, by biological factors that we currently recognize easily enough anyway, if it's not human activity to some weird degree. But I do think that there's a few cases that certainly suggest that what is at play in a very small percent of these might be something you could attribute to cryptids. There's a particular case that I can't believe I remember this kid's name, but he went missing in the 80s, and it was one of those things where you blink and he's gone. And what was interesting is that this is actually kind of ties back to what we were talking about maybe an hour and a half ago or so, about anecdotal evidence and whether or not when it's reported, if it's been faked by somebody else or if it's actual anecdotal evidence. And in this case, it was confirmable that there were witnesses minutes after the time that this individual had gone missing that reported seeing what they described as a large, shaggy man, and by shaggy they meant hair covered, holding what they described deliberately, well, I should say specifically, what they described specifically as a child-sized object over its shoulder.
Oh, that's the Dennis Martin case, is it
Yes,
not?
that's his name, Dennis Martin.
Yes, Dennis Martin.
Dennis
That's
Martin
a real
is
famous one.
probably the crowning jewel of cases that highly suggest unrecognized species.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaking case because they never actually found out what happened to the poor boy.
Yeah.
He was eaten, I think, by something.
I think so too. I agree.
Something with fingers and hands that could pick him up and carry him off.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's weird about Dennis Martin is they only did searches at night.
Yes, there was actually a very good amount of evidence to suggest that the people who mounted the search for him were either the worst possible squadron, the most untrained one they could have possibly sent to look for a child in the wilderness, or that there was some kind of intentional botching. I'm not claiming to know which one's the case, but it's certainly one of the two, and that's not a lot of options.
From what I've read, though, there was things kept from the father on purpose. Like he didn't even know there was a search party going on until the next day.
Yeah.
This was
then
also
they had the army in there too. Don't forget that.
Yes.
Right.
this
And
was
again,
also
the FBI was
1969.
searching right like the day it happened, and that never happens.
Nope, we don't.
Oh, we got Marvin Allen here. Hey.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Marvin. I didn't see you there, buddy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Marvin, what's going on, bud? It's good to hear from you. Thank you. I'm glad you got the text, and I hope you're doing well, my friend.
Yeah, I'm doing well. It just went longer than I expected, but we were just trying to get the funeral arrangements in order and stuff like that, and so that's what we was doing, talking about that, which funeral home we're gonna take her to. So it just took a little longer than I expected, but I made it.
Hey, we're glad to have you here, Marvin.
Hey, Marvin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I heard y'all talking about the Dennis Martin case.
Yeah.
It's a guy that I think it was a couple of months ago. I was looking at it on YouTube, and he said a lot of stuff that they was talking about. It wasn't true. He said Dennis Martin did get taken by something which he called wild men. And he said that his father and his uncles was part of this team. And
Yeah, I
was
saw that
sent
one too,
in
Marvin.
to kill him. You seen it?
I saw exactly. It's that one guy that he does it in the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
He does his podcast
Yep,
like in the graveyard or his
absolutely,
video. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, from what the guy said, they were more like a relic hominid. They weren't like a full Sasquatch.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Sounds like what in the classification system that
Type
I've
4,
been working on for a while. Yeah, they sound like a type 4 or something that looks more like a big hairy Neanderthal type.
Yeah.
You know, which goes to a lot of the, before 1950s, there wasn't a lot of people calling him Bigfoot. That was kind of the universal term for him, was wild men.
Right.
Yeah, or hairy man. We get a lot of that down here. Wild man, hairy man, booger.
Wood Devil's another one from New Hampshire.
Yeah, wood devil. Yeah, that's a good one too. Forgot about that one. I've got a list in a binder, and it's like 15 pages long of different names, like in different regions, what Bigfoot's known by, like his nom de plume in different parts of the country. And it's fascinating.
Like, with that.
But it's just there's so many different names they go by. That's why, like when I first started doing research, I always use the name, Bigfoot or Sasquatch. I didn't even know what a booger was. I hadn't heard that till many years later when I moved down the south. I didn't know what a booger was.
Yeah.
Right? Well, what?
Yeah, that's from my area, like in Tennessee and stuff. We call it.
Well, I'm in North Carolina, so I'm with you.
Yeah, it was termed for boogeyman because who takes you in the middle of the night or whatever, but the boogeyman.
Mm-hmm.
Because the first time I heard wood booger, I was like, wood booger? Is that like tree snot? Like, no. It's like the booger man, boogeyman. Oh, okay. So yeah,
it made sense after that.
Okay, so in general, though, for what about you, Lobo, Tiberius? You guys, Missing 411. What would your opinions be on this particular issue?
Sorry, who did you ask, Chris? Did you ask us?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would say my opinion on that would be that some cryptids would definitely be responsible for some of those missing 411 cases. Not all of them, but I would say there's a great chance. Like what we talked about earlier with that. The dog, the hairy wolf or whatever feeding the kid berries. That was some kind of cryptid that took this child. It sounds like. But just thinking about it, but some of those other cases that are like, you get the weird stuff that either follows or it's afterwards with the rainstorms, how it wipes away any evidence, just weird stuff like that. How can this happen? So, there's a lot of different theories out there of, extraterrestrials and interdimensional beings. So I would say cryptids could be responsible for sure for a few of those. And, what's really weird is, that first documentary film, Missing 411, was, a big part of that was made here in Idaho Falls, Pocatello area, which was, not too far from me where I live. And we think about these things and it's like, well, what about all the cases that are not reported? The people who either are homeless or people who've been off the grid forever, for a long time, and they just come up missing. A lot of those are not reported. On one of our shows we did with you, Chris, we talked about here in this canyon, here in where we live, how we were down there and we saw the tent that was just shredded up and the campsite destroyed with the empty bullet casings, but there was no body, there was no people, there was nothing there. And we just got an eerie feeling like, man, something happened. Like this person had a rude awakening at night, whoever it was. And obviously they tried to fight for their life with their fire, with their handgun, but there was nobody there. And we didn't see any reports on the news. We didn't see anything. And the very next day, we go there in the morning and it's all cleaned up. Like the campsite is just completely cleaned up, like nothing happened. Like there was no struggle. There was a lot of grass that was bent down, like something happened, but there's no people there. And so I think about that in my location with all the encounters that we've had with these cryptids down here. Man, we think like, man, I can. My opinion is absolutely that some of these cases are from cryptids taking people, and just like I said, from my firsthand experience of seeing that mess, that campsite that was destroyed down there, and the missing 411, not too far from us. It's like, this is pretty intense. It kind of hits home for us because, we're right kind of smack in the middle of it, and all these missing cases here in Idaho, and and this subject kind of hits home with my family, with my mom's ex-boyfriend's nephew who came up missing in Gooding, which is not too far from where I live, but he's still on the missing children of Idaho. But they assumed all they found was his little sneaker, his little tennis shoe on the river's edge, and the amount of time it took for that little 2-year-old to travel. So the dad said he walked inside, and it like literally then the kid vanished. Like he was there and then he was gone, and the dogs tracked his scent to the river edge where they found his little shoes. So they said, oh, maybe he fell in the river, or they swept the river. They searched like crazy and never found him. But what they didn't share on on the news article was that the distance that this little 2-year-old had to travel over, across a couple fields, through an abandoned stockyard, across the railroad tracks, and then he got at the river, and his scent disappeared at the river, which was so. And all they found was his shoe, and it kind of falls in that category a little bit because you hear these little nuggets of the criteria that David searches through. He filters out whatever ones that he doesn't even mess with, and he focuses on these strange ones. And so just for the whole water thing, the river, finding just a shoe, the kid traveling crazy distance, like 2.5 miles or something in that short span of time, and he was never found. So, and that was, somebody related to me, well, through marriage. And so I would say, like, yeah, these cryptids, I would say they're responsible for, absolutely, for taking people. And so that's my view on that.
Hey, man, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When you guys found that campsite, did you guys take pictures or anything?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Have you ever had any blowback from that? Because I knew a guy. Well, I heard, I didn't know him. I heard a few stories from a guy in Texas that did something like that, and his life turned to hell because of that. So I was just curious.
We haven't had anything happen with us. It wasn't on the news. Well, we didn't take it to the news.
Well, he put it on YouTube. Yeah, he YouTubed it and everything. So I don't know if that was a problem.
Might be in deep waters. So far, nothing yet, man.
You're talking about Bob Garrett, right?
Yeah, I don't know if we can say names, but yeah, that's what I was talking about. So I mean, it's just stories like that just terrify me because, and again, I've been out in the woods most of my life, and I've never really been. I've been scared a few times. I mean, from say never been scared, that's a lie. But I've been scared several times. But I never once thought something like that could happen, and I've heard of that now at least 4 times from different people all over the country now, and that is terrifying because you have no idea what happened.
Well, that's why. Well, that's why when all these researchers, they want to get this great proof, and I'm like, what happens when you get it?
That's good. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
Right.
That's why I'm so loud and boisterous in the woods. That way, I just want to see a footprint. I don't need the whole thing coming after me. I'm good with that.
This is Tiberius. I've had quite a few experiences where I've come across ripped up clothes, messed up campsites, things like that, and the picture evidence that I've collected, I don't share with that because, again, I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. In my experiences, I know what I've seen, I know what I've come across, and I keep it on the down low because, again, I don't want to be a target for anything bad. But going back to the original question, I seriously think, in my humble opinion, that the individual that wrote the Missing 411 books, he is a expert in his field as far as law enforcement and an investigation. And that being, I'm not part of law enforcement, but me being an investigator on the federal level, there are things and ways that you look for when you look at cases and when you're trying to tie things together. There are specific criteria that you look for. And this gentleman has done an excellent job of weeding those things out, hundreds and hundreds of man hours that he's personally gone through. He's, that organization has, I think, 7 different criteria that you have to fall into for the part of their research. And so I appreciate the work he's done, and that group is very credible. And in that, I'm not to say that this cryptid is responsible, that cryptid is responsible. That individual never says what they think is responsible for this. They're just letting you know something is happening, and you need to be aware. And so I grew up in the woods. 5, 6 years old, I used to go hunting by myself. And I've had several cryptids manifest themselves to me in the woods where I could have been one of the missing 411, but thank God that didn't happen. But like I said, I believe that, in my personal opinion and in my heart of hearts, I'm thinking 40 to 60% of the missing people out there are from some kind of an unknown cryptid type entity.
Yeah, that's awful high, but I got to be honest with you, I can buy that. I can buy that number.
That seems a bit high to me, but I can't disprove you. It seems like a believable number, but
Yeah.
high. I would think it's more like 15 or 20%. But if you
Well,
think,
I always thought maybe 1 to 5, but you know what? The more I think about this, and when you see how many people actually disappear, we did a podcast. My partner and I, we did a podcast about this not too long ago, and I've been reading. I've got all the David Pilates books. I've read them all.
yeah, me too.
And I think they're fascinating. And the beauty of what he did is he just took reports and made a book out of it, and it's
Right.
so it's all right there. But when you realize there's 1,200 people that disappear every year out of the park systems,
Right.
and how many of those are never found? So I mean, that's a heck of a lot of number, fellas.
Dude,
And there's almost 1 million people that disappear in this country every year. Now a lot of them are found, but they never tell you how many are never found. You can't. It's hard to narrow down those statistics. So that's a lot of people missing.
Yeah, I believe that as well. Marvin, what do you think about the missing 411 and how it relates to cryptids?
The missing 411. I follow David Pilates, and I like the work that he do. As far as how it relate to cryptids, do they have something to do with it? I mean, it could be. As far as that though, I mean, this is just coming from me. I mean, it's really no proof that that these Bigfoot Doug man are taking these people. I look at it like this because he was asked a question one time, and if you watch this show, David Pilates, he always duck it every time somebody asks him what do he think. He'll never answer. He would never answer. He wouldn't say it's taken by Bigfoot, it's taken by Doug man, it's taken by it could be aliens, it could be lizard men, all type of stuff, but I really don't know if cryptids taking some of these people. In my opinion, though, they could be, just like the Dennis Martin case with the wild man thing, with seeing something thrown over his shoulder. But I mean, I'm not gonna just blame it all on cryptids because
right. Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick, I think people need to understand that David Pilates, before he got into all this, and still is a Sasquatch researcher.
Right.
Yeah.
And
he wrote the Hopa Project, and yeah.
He's a big-time Bigfoot guy, and a lot of people don't realize that. And the fact that he never wants to address the question makes me think that he knows there's a Sasquatch connection.
Right. Because he always avoid that question.
Right, exactly. And I think, because he is in it to make money, that he's saving it for another book.
That could be.
Yeah, that could be.
Like, he's got these things planned out, 15, 20 books over a span of 30 years, and that's book number 25 out of 30. So he doesn't want to talk about it because it's a piece of the puzzle that he's trying to paint with all these books, but he wants to sell books in between to make money. Yeah. So I just want to throw that out there. Most people forget that he is a Bigfoot researcher. So when he doesn't want to entertain the Bigfoot question, it comes up really odd because it is something that he knows a little bit about.
David Blaze is also part of the MUFON organization as well. And so
I know he's given talks at the same MUFON events that I have. I actually was supposed to go see him in December, but that's right around the time my dad died, and I was really looking forward to meeting him, but I never got a chance to.
But
yeah,
I love him when he's on Coast to Coast. I think when he's on Coast to Coast, he does a great job.
Yeah, he did.
And I think that this personal individual, I think he generally wants to help people. And he has definitely changed how I look at things and what I carry in the woods with me. And my children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, after you listen to him, you're not going to go out in the woods without some kind of firearm.
True enough.
Right.
I mean, geez. Some of that stuff's just terrifying.
Yeah, it is.
Well,
I mean, and you made a good point too, Matt. I mean, think about that. Really, realistically, what are you going to be able to do against anything like that?
I carry a gun.
Yeah.
I train quite a bit. I carry my Smith & Wesson 44 Magnum in a shoulder holster. I have my permit. I carry all the time. I carry in the city. And it's more or less like if something's on top of me, if something's being stalked, if there's a human threat or just a regular old bear or mountain lion, on top of I'm looking for Bigfoot and I accidentally run into a dog man, or I'm getting into a situation or whatever. It's just one of those things where I'd rather have it with me and not need it.
See, we always go out armed too. I've either got a 357 or a 45. So
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Just something, whether it's, I mean, especially in California where I am, I've been out in the woods with really expensive camera equipment, come around a corner and come across a couple of dudes doing drugs or some homeless people or whatever. And they're looking at me and I'm like, no, this camera isn't that expensive, I swear. And I'm backing up, you know? and, you know, I've come across bears, mountain lion tracks, everything else. And it's just, for me, if you can legally do it and you're proficient, then hell yeah, take it with you. I mean, I have it concealed. I just throw a jacket or a shirt over a shoulder holster, or I have it in my waistband and it's covered up.
Yeah.
You know, and
see,
it's
we
like,
all have concealed. Yeah, everyone in my group has concealed weapons permits, and we do the same thing.
they're really hard to get here in California, but luckily I was able to get one. And there's been a number of times I've been down some trails and the crickets stop and the birds stop and things get really creepy, and you kind of just put your thumb on the thumb brake of that holster and you're just like, okay.
Yeah. Do the best you can.
what do you think, Matt Starr?
Those people shooting guns. Anyway, I don't know. I've done search and rescue. You got to think in the last 20 years, most search and rescue was done by volunteers. They didn't have precision groups or trained groups to go out and scour every part of the woods for missing children or whoever. I've walked the AT trail. I mean, you don't know how stupid these people are that walk these trails. Like, you can put them in the middle of the trees and tell them to go to pick a direction and go forwards. And in the next 50 feet, they're not going north, they're going east or west, you know. And most of these people that I believe, like Matt and like Matt Squatch, maybe 10 to 8% of these missing 411s can be put with cryptids, maybe, but not more of them. I mean, there's like the Carpathian Mountains. I mean, over 4,000 people a year go missing at that place, and they have a true search and rescue trained team that goes and finds these people. And if they don't find them in 3 days, they're usually dead, because most people can't survive out in the woods without food and water. I mean, you can't survive longer than 3 days without water, and just on a survival scale. So, yeah, if it's been 3 days or whatever, that person's going to be dead. Then you got to look at wildlife, you got to look at cryptids, whatever can come out of any nook and cranny and come and get that body and take it off. It's I don't know, it just humans don't pack for what they think they need on a survival scale. They think, oh, we're going to be on this trail and everything, but then all of a sudden they look at the map and they're like, oh, there's this waterfall I want to go see that's off the trail 150, 200 feet away from the trail. They go out there, they turn around and look, and it's all the same wilderness. They don't know how to get back to that trail. You can't say every missing person is a Sasquatch taking them off. It's just not possible. I mean, that is a crap load of people.
Yeah, it is a lot.
I agree, and that's partially why I think a lot of us say that the numbers that are attributable to some extent to what might be unknown species of some kind are probably low, because there is this massive and very potent lack of wilderness skill in a high percent of our population.
Right. I mean, most people think that they can do survival because they see Bear Grylls going and eating a salmon or whatever off, out of a tree. But if a normal person that's spent all their life in their comfy home going out into the wilderness, they're not going to be able to know what berries they can eat. They can find a wolfberry, or they can find another berry that looks like a blueberry and it's poisonous. They can kill themselves out there because they don't have the knowledge. You got to look at it through a survival aspect also on a lot of these 411s. It's not all just, oh, something else is doing it, and that's all I got to say on it. I know I'll probably get a lot of hatred from y'all from looking at it at a natural point of view, but I mean, if you don't look at it at a natural point of view and you just say, oh, a cryptid does this, or, it could have been a bear dragging that body off, it could have been anything else, but yeah, some of them that is strangely, there is some strange ones, but there is a lot of people that go on these trails and do a lot of drugs, just to get away and be one with nature. And they're the ones that usually are the ones that get lost because they're intoxicated. But that's all I got to say on that.
Thoroughly agree. Yeah.
Ed made a good point.
Excellent point.
Now, see, in general, when it comes to Missing 411, you guys do bring up a lot of good points, and I think that's a very good retrospect on the situation, because I have to agree with all of you on it, really. Because there really is no definitive answer on it, because it's all mystery, and if anything, it's that word cryptic that comes to play when we talk about type of discussions like this. So, but I have to agree with all of you. I really don't have an answer of myself, because a lot of you guys bring up a lot of good points. So I have to take a piece of paper from every one of you on that. But Ryan, you got a pretty interesting question though in reference to dogmen. It's like $1 million question. With
Yeah,
two.
you know what? I'm going to direct this one at Marvin Allen first. So Marvin, this is for you, buddy. So, what is a
Marvin
dog?
the block.
What is a dog man to you, my friend? What do you think a dog man really is?
You know what? I've been asked this question a lot of times, and to be honest and truthful, and this is just me, I really don't know what it is or what its origin is. Now, do I believe it's flesh and blood? Yeah, I do. I don't think that they I mean, how can I put this? Alien orientated or aliens created them. Maybe some of them, but I think they flesh and blood creatures. You know, but far as what are they, I don't know, because I guess all of us as investigators, I don't think we got enough. We have enough evidence on this type of cryptid. I don't know no one that has really been up close in their environment and, you know, to observe them. So that's where I'm at with that. You know, I don't really know what they are.
I think that's kind of where we're all at right now when it comes to dogman.
Well, I think it's one of the most interesting notions that I've ever heard on the Dogman specifically. And for one thing, I'd like to pre-state that I think that Marvin probably already has the best answer, because it's true. There's simply not enough data to speculate accurately what kind of animal this is, let alone if it's even an animal. Now, for the sake of the question, let's hypothetically assume that we are in a reality where 2 days ago, scientists found a dead dog man, and they've confirmed that this is what people are probably seeing. It's a radical new type of canine, whatever it is. We don't know where it comes from. Let the speculation begin. I probably around 2 years ago, I think, maybe even 3 years ago now, spoke to Linda Godfrey on the subject, and Linda had a very interesting sort of gateway to theories. She, at one point, had a theory that she called the indigenous dogman theory, which was a theory that I thought very interestingly highlighted the fact that many, or I should say, the largest clusters of dogman sightings take place in areas that are absolutely ridden with tall grass prairies.
Mm-hmm.
And her idea was, well, I suppose if you had, let's assume hypothetically, or in this case, the theory assumed, I should say hypothetically, that a lineage of canine, whether it diverged off from already native species or was a species that had come down and eventually came into this sort of environment, adapted to predation in tall grass by developing the ability, similar to how our ancestors millions of years ago, which were quadrupedal arboreal primates, did, learning to operate and locomote on hind legs in order to have a better visual vantage point for prey. Now, the problem, of course, with that essentially is upright wolf is kind of the minority of what Dogman reports describe visually. So her theory fell short on that. Whether it fell short or not on an explanation for an upright canine, I don't necessarily think it did. I think the geographical link there is extremely significant, or at least it could be extremely significant. Now, the thing that I think is the best part about that theory is its own shortcoming actually highlights why it's a great theory. And the reason this is, I think, is because we tend to have a very narrow viewpoint of what animals develop into what. It's kind of like when someone asks you or tells you, oh yeah, well, we came from monkeys. It's like, well, yes and no. We share common ancestors with monkeys. It's not that we're further along the evolutionary line than a monkey or an ape is, because we're all evolving at the same time, and we just happen to develop higher cognitive traits and less hair, essentially. So these traits are things that, while we're one of, if not the only species on the planet that possess them, they're certainly not things by any stretch that could not be developed into other types of animals. The kind of animals that we came from, again, were very similar to canines in the sense that they were quadrupedal, mainly not capable of bipedal locomotion, and they lived in trees. They were almost one of the farthest things from humans that you can think of. And if you have a four-legged predator, it's roughly a predator version of that with less thumbs. And we developed bipedal locomotion for a variety of reasons. Obviously, I'm sure we don't know all of them. But one of them being so that we could more efficiently survive in our environment. We had to kind of teach ourselves that over time. And there is absolutely nothing in the most accurate model of evolution that suggests that other types of animals could not undergo a very similar change.
Yeah, it's something I discussed with Ken Gerhardt as well when we were talking about the hyena-type dogman. We were talking about the prehistoric hyenas that lived, in Montana and the Arizona region. And he said it makes perfect sense that the hyena-type dogmen are seen in the desert regions, as opposed to the more wolf-like ones being seen in Michigan.
Exactly. You and I discussed that as well. That the moment we sent me photos of the area, I was like, "Wow, man, that looks like sub-Saharan Africa."
Right? Yeah. I mean, the way that the two environments would actually match up is kind of freaky to think about, but it would explain why there's
another strong geographical correlation in the dogman subject.
Yeah, and even Vic Cundiff, he gets a lot of the hyena-type reports from the Arizona area and Georgia and whatnot. So it's actually a very interesting gathering of stories.
Absolutely.
Matt Squatch, you want to jump in on this one? Give your 2 cents?
Yeah, I do. I think you guys have brought up some very interesting points about what Dogman is. And I don't necessarily disagree. But at the same time, where I've been giving this subject a lot of thoughts, I think I first heard of the Dogman in 2007 or 2008 on Coast to Coast AM. Someone was sharing a story. And back then it wasn't really that well known as it is today. It's almost pop culture. It's funny, Dogman's kind of like where Bigfoot was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's bad.
I think, and you guys are going to roll your eyes, you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but I think they are some kind of extra dimensional creature. Quantum physics, science, if you guys want to know science, has proven that there are parallel dimensions and alternate dimensions out there. And I think these creatures, like if you look at Skinwalker Ranch, some of my stories I've heard from Florida, some people I've talked to about Dogman, I think that they are a flesh and blood creature, which is why they leave tracks, which is why they howl, which is why they go through the brush, which is why they probably poop and eat. But I think that they are able to go in and out of this reality and dimension. And I think that that's maybe why you get reports of people shooting at them and it has no effect, is maybe they're not 100% here. Why they have this ability, is it their ability, or is something or somebody sending them here and then extracting them later? I have no idea. But, like I've said before, if Bigfoot has one toe in the paranormal pool, Dogman's pretty much swimming up to their chest in it. There's just so much that doesn't make sense.
That we can agree on, absolutely.
There's just so much that doesn't make sense. And, I would say probably 10 or 15% of the Bigfoot reports I hear are weirdo reports with like the orbs or it disappeared or its eyes glowed. And I don't know about you guys, but I get way more of that kind of stuff when people talk about Dogman. Now, that's not to say I still get people say, hey, it ran across the road. Or I was in the bushes and it stood up and it was like 8 feet tall and it was like a bodybuilder, but with, dog-like backward legs and a big dog head walking through the, normal stuff too, that normal creatures would do. But I think they're definitely, like I was saying before, I think they're an engineered creature. Something created them. They either have the ability or something is imparting an ability for them to show up in an area that doesn't make sense, show up in an area that probably couldn't support them as far as calorie and water intake wise. Just being seen in areas, there's a lot of reports of them all across the border in areas where there's no water sources, no large other animals for them to eat, much less any kind of produce for them to eat. And it almost makes sense that some force or some ability they have or some greater intelligence, think Skinwalker Ranch, where it's constantly screwing with the people that are there, is controlling these things where they make them appear and disappear and manifest or phase in and out. I know that's out there and you guys are probably going to disagree with it, but the more I hear and think about these creatures, I think that there's something on another level going on other than just some undiscovered species. I think there's something paranormal, something interdimensional, something that's, in the wraith world, something not tangible, the other side, so to speak, that these things can go in and out of or phase in and out of. And maybe Bigfoot too, to a lesser extent. But I think these things are bred for a purpose. I don't think they follow any naturalistic order other than having naturalistic, I need to eat and poop. But yeah, I think that there's something controlling these creatures. I think they were designed, they're either protecting stuff or they are designed to defend an area or keep people away. I think they're built more for intimidation than actual attack, to be honest. But yeah, I think they're some kind of an engineered creature that has abilities we don't understand.
I would love to actually mention something that I forgot to mention to Matt Squatch earlier. You mentioned a lot of the intimidation stuff, and I remembered a while back when I was listening to things like Dogman Encounters Radio and stuff like that. There were quite a few reports I noticed where, let's say, an individual was being chased by a dogman allegedly. They would say specifically, I could feel that this thing was way faster than me and that it was right up behind me and it could have easily gotten me. But after a while, it would just stop and kind of make sure I had left. And
it was almost like seeing you out. I've gotten a number of
argue
reports.
Whether that's territorial or, like you say, maybe it's, well, I shouldn't say maybe because I'm not sure if I'm of that persuasion. But there are certainly theories that it's territorial, and there are theories that it's protecting something, so to speak, or perhaps it's a familial obligation, like I think Chris or Ryan had mentioned. Yeah, so interesting variety of reasons for why that could be the case.
Yeah, and I've had a number of reports, people who've talked to me, where they were out hunting, or one of them when the lady was a child, and it literally just stared at him, growled slightly, and just stared at him until the person just backed up and went away. And they never went back to that area. And I kept thinking in my mind, well, the dog man won. You didn't want you to come back, and you didn't. So what that creature wanted to happen, happened. And that was kind of the lesson I've taken away from a lot of these stories. Now, you also get weirdos like Ryan who see one and wants to go back. He's like, come out, I got a milk bone, I want to play.
What, are you spying on me, Matt? Word for word, that's what I said the other night.
Yeah. Maybe
that's
it was
terrible.
me. It was me.
Yeah, that would explain the horrendous smell, Matt.
It really would. And it was also explain the fleas and ticks, I think. Maybe I'm a werewolf and I don't know it.
Possibly, you never know.
Anyway, I think there's something far beyond our understanding with these creatures. So.
I agree.
Oh, you want to jump in, Marvin?
No, I said I agree with some of the things that Matt Squatch saying. So
Okay.
I'm not gonna disagree with none of that. I agree with some of it, some of the stuff he's saying.
Right. Well, if you want to share your views, Marvin, please, by all means.
Okay. He was saying that he thinks they're extra dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he was saying. I mean, me myself. I mean, I can't say I have heard reports about people said they have seen these things coming out of these things, and you know what I mean, stuff like that. So I'm gonna take that back because I'm not gonna say that he's lying or he don't know what he's talking about, because I have heard reports of people saying that could they be engineered? I do believe some of them are. I don't believe all of them are, but I do believe some of them are. far as the ones that's engineered, is it by our government, or is it by some higher species? You know, so that's all I wanted to jump in and say though, Chris.
Okay. Excellent point.
Somebody got a zipper going there?
I heard.
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
Sorry, guys. I was just packing up some camera gear before. I just wanted to put it away before I forgot about it. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Don't want it falling off the chair.
Well, hey guys, with that being said, we're going to take another break, and when we come back, we'll get back to this question, and we'll pick up a few more questions before we do a small little Q&A with our fellow commenters, folks. We'll be right back with more of the Cryptid Ops special event. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into our 4th hour of the show, guys. You guys are so pretty good. It's crazy to think that we started this show 4 hours ago, and here we are going into the next hour. It's insane. And of course, we're here with our special guests, Ryan and I, with Matt Starr, Matt Squatch, Lobo and Tiberius, Christian from American Cryptid Paranormal, Carrick from Crash Course Cryptozoology, and Marvin Allen is joining us tonight, guys. So, guys, we're going to get into some of these amazing, a few more of these crazy open-ended questions for you all. And I think we're going to start into the final hour, of course, talking about the idea of if you guys can kill a cryptid. Now, before we answer this question, I just want to take into consideration that this is, of course, not saying if you can or if you want to, or do not promote the idea of killing one. It's a matter of opinion. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one off to Carrick first of all. What do you think?
It's a complicated question because I feel as though it's one of those questions where the question is certainly, is it necessary to kill an undiscovered species, risking extinction to some extent, in order to get it recognized? And I think that that's a very good question, but I think the bigger question might be, how did, I guess, perhaps in the zoological sense, because this has happened in history before, how was it that we got here, and why is it that this species needs to potentially be at risk of extinction for this question to be answered? There is a case that cryptozoologists tout a lot, the case of the okapi, which is a sort of giraffe relative that resembles kind of more of an equine. But like an antelope, I guess is the right kind of comparison. Found in Africa, they were they still are a very endangered species, and at the time, which was I believe the 1920s or 30s, the big game hunter who was kind of going after this thing and had heard stories about it and was like, I think this thing is real, and he brought back a skin to the Western world. People were like, nope, not real. That can't be it. You must have fabricated that skin. And I think in this particular case, they ended up shooting one. And on one hand, you're like, oh, well, thank goodness now we have this thing is recognized. Now we can protect the rest of them. Of course, the danger is, what if that had been the last okapi? And that's a question that it's undoubtable that science would need a corpse, or perhaps even more in some people's opinions, to verify that this exists. The question is, why wasn't the skin at the time good enough? I think that's the real question with that case. And I think the broader question that then asks is, why is it that DNA wouldn't be good enough? Why is it that a hair sample wouldn't be good enough? And in some cases, those are very answerable questions, not so much in, for instance, DNA questions. That's a hard one to answer, and a lot of it is because of what we've discussed, is social pressure that scientists are under to do whatever they can to be a bit too close-minded on the subject of radical new species. And I don't know what the correct answer is to the question, is it ethical to shoot an animal in order to get it recognized? I don't know if there's ever going to be an ethical answer to that question. But I think that the question maybe to think more about is, how do we prevent things from getting to a point where that has to be the question?
Lobo and Tiberius, what do you guys think?
Well, Lobo here. So, man, this is a tough one because it's like we hear so many stories of people trying, shooting a dog man, and there's reports of the bullets not even phasing the dog man, and then you have reports of them seeing flesh come off the chest, or and so it phases them, but it doesn't stop them. And then I've heard reports too of people actually killing a dog man, with a couple shotguns, just unloading on it and killing them. But me personally, if I was out and about and if I seen a cryptid, let's say, go on the more dark side of things, like the dog man, I wouldn't be the one to take a shot. I would, if anything, it'd be just to save my life, to defend myself. But it's like, what are these things? Like we've talked about it. Are bullets gonna do anything? Is it who's the guy who's the dummy that's gonna take one for the team to see if the bullet actually works, to see if we can get a body or whatever, that maybe the bullets won't even work on it, and then you have people with views of, Bigfoot being, there's some views of, being a type of a human, a type of a native tribe, different views like that. So then it would come into like, it's almost like the morality of it, of killing something that's so close to being a human. And I've read a lot about this and heard a lot of reports and of people having a Bigfoot in their crosshairs, but once they go up to its face, they just can't pull the trigger because they're like, man, this thing, it just, they don't want to either get in trouble, or it's like, man, it looks too much like a person. It's just they didn't have a right feeling to pull the trigger, and then we hear stories of people killing Bigfoot and putting them in freezers and doing whatever, even like the Yeti school they have, that the monks have in that monastery, the hand and all that. I wouldn't be the one. I wouldn't want to be the one to pull the trigger on one of these creatures unless I had to do it, and then you get into the whole realm of are they interdimensional? Do they come in and out of our, of our, the real world? Like, where do they go? Like, what's going on? And with my encounter that I had, I saw it. It was it looked like a flesh and blood creature. It's just massive, black, really fast. and then how it came to my roof and climbed on my roof, and so it left footprints. So I'm like, okay, it's an actual flesh and blood creature, can be killed because it's leaving footprints, you know. Then I've heard of spiritual, like spirits leaving footprints, handprints, being able to move stuff. So I'm like, man, is it a spirit, or is it like a demon, or is it an actual flesh and blood creature, you know? And you know, my wife, how she saw it in our backyard on the fence. You know, it looked at her, peeked its head around the fence, but she said either it was really fast or it disappeared. She's more on the realm that, or the thought that it disappeared because it was right there and then it just disappeared. So she's like, this is spiritual. Like, you're not gonna. What are we gonna do? You have to fight this in a spiritual way, not, you know, in a flesh and blood way, kind of a thing. So for me, I wouldn't try. I wouldn't go out of my way to kill one. A Bigfoot, a dogman, anything like that, unless my life depended on it. And I wouldn't even be sure bullets could do anything to these things. You know, again, there's stories where you hear or bullets work. There's stories where you hear they don't work, and I sure as hell don't want to be the one to find out. You know, like I said, taking one for the team. Like Matt Squatch was saying, like, even if we get a body, it's like, what are you gonna do with it? You know, it's gonna come up missing, or, you know, I've even heard Vic say, like, if you get a body or you get this really amazing evidence, all of a sudden you're being audited by the tax, you know, by the, you know, your taxes are all out and you're being investigated, or you're being framed, or your life starts to fall apart. All these different things if you kill one of these creatures and you bring it to the public. So it's like, you look at it and it's like, man, it's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. It's like, what do you do? But personally, again, I wouldn't go out of my way to shoot one of these things or to try and kill one. But if my life depended on it, I sure as heck would try.
Tiberius. That's a tough question. My experience with Sasquatch, I've never felt that I've had to protect myself like that with one. But when it comes to other cryptids, I've got a grandfather that's 97 years old, and he's Native American. And he gave me advice one day. He said, son, if you're ever out in the woods and you come across what he calls devil wolves, he says, if you have a shot, take it, drop it. He says, they're no good. And again, that's from his experiences, and that's all he'd ever tell me. But my experiences, I've experienced several different types of dogman type creatures. And with that particular thing, I've helped people in a spiritual sense deal with those entities that seem to be more on the spiritual side. But on the physical side, if I was in a place where I knew I could take one out, I probably would. Just because of the terror that they've caused me, the terror that they've caused my family. That might not be the smartest answer with that type of a cryptid, but that's where I'm at today. With my experiences, I've lost years of my life from an encounter with one when I was a young man, being terrified, and I quit talking for 2 years because it was so traumatic. So I'll never live that again. And if I have a chance to make my quality of life better because I come across one of these dogmen and put it down, I hope I make the right decision. But again, you don't know what you do until you're in that situation. But with other cryptids and stuff, you know, if they're leaving me alone, I'm in their area. They chase me out. I've been escorted out by what I thought were Sasquatch creatures, and I can respect that. I really value life. I really value the environment where I'm from. But like I said, there just seems to be some things out there that are out of place and they don't belong there. Whether it's a spiritual representation or it's a physical, I do what I can to try to help it stay out of my area and not terrorize or harm the people that I love. And if it's another thing to do that.
How about you, Marvin? Do you have anything to add on to the idea of killing the cryptid?
This is where I'm at with it. I don't think that they should be killed, because even if science was to get a body and find out what these cryptids really are, it ain't like they gonna reveal their findings, to the public. So it's like a no-win situation. We still are being blind. As far as in certain situations, like if you got a choice, should I pull this trigger or should I not? And I'm like this. I think they just doing what they supposed to do. This is like us as humans. It's like we going inside their house. So they just protecting. They just protecting theirs. Just like if somebody come in our house, we gonna protect the house. So we really intruding on them. So then you gotta think, okay, how many of these cryptids have been shot? And I hope that this don't never happen, but I don't think that these creatures is gonna keep. I'm trying to phrase this right. Well, I don't think that they're gonna keep just letting people shoot them. I think one day, if them bullets don't count when you shoot them, then be prepared to suffer the consequences. Because I think one day somebody gonna go out and gonna try to bag one of these cryptids and shoot it, and it's gonna react. And that's what I think. I think one day it's gonna react. You know what I mean? Because it ain't like they going around and just killing people. Because they not. They just protecting theirs. That's all, just like we do. So I don't think that they should be killed at all. You know what I mean? And then go extinct.
Christian, Matt Squatch, what do you guys think?
You want to go, Matt?
Yeah. I think it's funny how people said this is a tough question because I think it's very cut and dry. I think we can all agree that if you're going to go out in the woods and play Rambo and try to bring one in for quote unquote science, you're an idiot. It's either going to get you or you're going to not find one or you're going to shoot some hunter in real tree camouflage. It ain't going to end well. So I think you actively trying to go out and get one, we can all universally say is a bad idea. That being said, though, if one is, we're talking imminent threat, like if a person was attacking you, same thing. It's charging at me. It's trying to pick me up and carry me off. It's trying to pick up my wife or my daughter or one of my friends. It's trying to break into the house. It's trying to reach into a car or something and pull somebody out. It's trying to run away with somebody on its shoulder. I think these are situations where shooting them are very warrant. Bigfoot, Dogman, whatever. Just growling and kind of circling you and kind of stuff that Dogman and maybe Bigfoot, no, I don't think you're justified in shooting them. But imminent threat to life, I think absolutely you got to do what you got to do. As far as getting one for science, I think that's a dumb argument anyway. I think the government, who controls all the institutions, which controls all the media, which, I mean, they fully admitted that, like in CNN and a lot of these areas, that they have CIA operatives that tell them cover this story, push this story, don't. It's a very common fact. So I think that they already have bodies. The government, some agency, some out there already knows what they are. They already have bodies. It's no mystery to them. I think from a average person point of view, no good is going to come from you shooting one. And I think if you do shoot one defensively, go bury it and never talk about it again. And if the government shows up, you say, yeah, that was a hell of a bear I shot. Wink, wink. I don't think any good is going to come from you shooting one. But if you have to protect yourself or your family or your friends, then hell yeah, you got to do what you got to do. But do it with a heavy heart. Don't take the decision lightly. As far as can they be killed, as much as all the woo stuff that I've talked about, yeah, I think there is a flesh and blood creature. I think you're better off using copper. I think that's something that some of my co-hosts might agree with me. Some of the ancient myths about copper being effective against giants and Nephilims and demons. Oh my. Barnes, Vortex, there's a couple of brands that make all copper in pistol and rifle rounds, and are actually very good penetrating rounds to begin with. So I think if you're going to do it, carry all copper rounds, practice with your gun, practice fighting at night. If you have a type of gun, you can mount a light on it. Practice, train, be on the lookout. Be the very last thing you got to do. If you can run out of there, get in your truck, do whatever you can to get out of there. But if you have to shoot to protect your life or somebody else's, then do it. It's funny how Tiberius was saying about how his Native American relative, I think he said that no good can come of a dogman. I've talked to a number of Native Americans and heard that from a number of people who are the natives that said, oh, Bigfoot, there are spirit brothers, you just leave them alone. But dogman, shoot a dogman. Don't ask questions. If you see one and you got a shot, kill it, which is really surprising to me. I never have anything good to say about the dogman. Now, I wouldn't want to shoot at him because I don't want to pick a fight unless I have to. I don't want to pick a fight unless I can win. But I always thought that was very fascinating that a lot of the native tales are like Sasquatch. They should be respected just like bears and mountain lions. But if you see a dogman, shoot it. I'm just like, wow, that's very cut and dry, which I don't recommend, but that's to each his own. But if you got to do it, use copper. And it's just like if you're fighting people, if you're a gunfighter, you're in the military, law enforcement, you keep shooting till the threat's neutralized. If it's still moving and trying to get up, keep pumping rounds in it. If you run out of rounds, start running. Make sure it's dead. And from that point, don't say anything. Don't take pictures of it. Don't just, when and if the government shows up, you just say that was a hell of a bear I shot. Wink, wink. You won't have any problems from me. Yes, sir, boss. By the way, my taxes look great. I don't need to be audited. Yeah, and just go about your business. Maybe like all of you guys here, without the whole world listening, I would tell this story too. But yeah, you got to be very, very careful and tread very lightly in these situations. Just, a lot of common sense here.
What about you, Christian? What would your take be on this as well?
Well, I can't argue with Matt Squatch at all, or Marvin, or any other fellas, because it's one of those situations. I am first and foremost absolutely no kill, and here's why. We don't know how many of these creatures are left. Let's just say hypothetically, you see one and you're some hillbilly, like I like to call them Rudy Earls. You're some Rudy Earl, and you decide you're going to put a 3-inch Magnum slug in one of these skulls. Now, you not only just killed that one, but what if that was like the sole breadwinner or food provider for an entire family? And maybe his mate or something's either pregnant or injured, and now you've just not only killed him, but you've probably just signed their death warrants. And let's not even mention the fact that who the hell are you to do that? That there's that. But that said, when it comes down to you or them, or me or them, I'm going to choose me. And I'm going to do whatever it takes. And I hate saying that, but it's true. And I agree with Matt. Something about the effects of copper seem to be, and that's not the first time I've heard that. And I'm sure everyone else can say the same thing. But even, folklore even talks about using copper. So I don't know if it's the fact that copper just does something and disrupts the blood cells, or maybe it's the fact that it kills germs. I don't know. That goes way beyond my scope, but and even paranormally, I think Matt and I will probably say the same thing. Copper has elements, just that special elements paranormally, just like iron does. So, I would definitely agree with Matt on that, but it'd be one of those situations where, God forbid that ever happened. It's not if the government shows up, it's when the government shows up. That's one. And you're 100% right. You do not take a picture. First of all, they're going to know anyway, because they're going to have your phone and scan your records and do whatever. But, you can't lie to these people. And there's I've heard other talk shows say, if you kill one, you call us instantly. We've got a plan to make it work and it's foolproof. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. If God forbid you ever had to shoot one of these creatures and kill it, I would probably call. I know Matt said probably just bury it, but I would actually probably just call the Parks Department and say I had to shoot a black dog or a black cow. They'll know exactly what you're talking about. and you just say, here's my name and address. I'll be waiting. And it probably won't be more than 15, 20 minutes. Someone's going to show up. And I think that would probably just get you off the hook for anything, because you're just being 100% square with everyone. I just think the whole thing would just be a nightmare. I can't even imagine what that person would have to go through, because I don't think it would end there. There'd probably be like they'd have to do the threats and all that other stuff. So I mean, it's one of those things where it's a no-win situation. It's a no-win situation. It's a Kobayashi Maru. You're never going to win that.
Yeah,
and that's.
I'm glad me and you're on the same page about this, because I think about this all the time. You'd pretty much just have to just completely come clean.
Oh yeah,
like I've heard stories of a hunter in the middle of nowhere, no one around for miles. They backpacked in 3 days. They shot one of these things, and within 20 minutes, like the freaking helicopters are showing up, or by the time they got to their truck, there were black, the black.
I talked to a guy I talked to a guy who took a pop shot at one, and he said he was like 2.5 miles in. He said it just ran away. He really wasn't 100% sure what it was, but by the time he got back to his truck, there was a black Denali in front of his truck and a black Denali behind his truck, and he wasn't going anywhere.
Yep, and you would be amazed at how they track these things. Whatever organization.
I am. You know what? Whatever organization, Matt, you're 100% right. They have, the technology we have.
However,
they have satellites. They have they're probably chipped. My guess is they're chipped.
I don't know. That's kind of my.
But I'm guessing that's how they do it. Unless there's a certain amount of heat plume they can pick up in the forest, from a satellite.
Creature,
I mean, they're big. And they probably put off a whole lot of CO2, but I'm sure there's other ways to get them. But I'm willing to bet they've all been chipped. They probably have some little dart they put in them, and they chip them from afar, so they don't have to mess with them.
Yeah, and I believe that too.
I'm sure
that would be my guess.
Yeah, and I'm sure when they have when they breed new ones, new squatchlets, or wherever they come from,
I love that squatchlet. We need to use that. Everyone start using squatchlet.
Yeah, squatchlets. Wherever they come from, this planet, the next, whatever dimension, flesh and blood, whatever they are, as more of them, and I think there's a lot more of them than people realize.
I agree with that. I think there's a hell of a lot of them. And you know what? The thing is, we just can't see them because they don't want to be seen.
Exactly. I think through drones and satellites and everything else, I think it would be kind of like one of those things where you're doing 120 miles an hour out in the middle of the desert and you drive by a cop and you just immediately pull over and get out of the car. You're I'm sorry, here's the license.
And 9 times out of 10, they're going to take pity on you, and they'll probably thank you for not putting them through some kind of crap.
Yeah, and it's the same things with these guys. Like, here's my phone, here's my camera, here's my rifle. Hell, here's the $30 in my wallet. Go get some coffee.
I mean, honestly,
it's like, hey, I don't know.
I saw a bear.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys saw, but I shot the ugliest, mangiest looking bear I've ever saw in my life.
I would even correlate it. I would even correlate it to, like, being uglier than a busted can of smashed buttholes, and saying, I probably put it out of its misery.
Yeah.
Thank you for helping, and I appreciate what you do.
Yeah. That was a rabid bear. It was going to kill somebody.
It was, and it's not going to kill anyone right now. And by the way, I love my country. Thank you.
Yeah, I pay taxes, lots of them.
Every one of them. I pay all my taxes.
Yes.
But I mean, you're right, Matt. Because I mean, you're never going to win that. You can't go against the federal government. I mean, listen to some of the nightmare stories. I know we've all heard the same nightmare stories, probably from the same people. Can you imagine going through that hell?
Well, okay, but on the other hand, you also have to look at it. At the end of the day, I'm alive, or my family's alive. And the Sasquatch
that is true. But again, but keep it to yourself, and you'll be all right.
Exactly.
That's the thing. And it's like I always tell people, like, there's a show I used to really like, and then I heard the guy talk about, we've got a plan, blah blah blah. So don't call anyone, call us first. And then they're saying, and if you can't do that, then pull a tooth out or cut off a hand or something. And I'm thinking to myself, you are giving the worst advice I've ever heard. Well, you're going to get someone thrown. They're going to disappear if they do something like that. They will never. They'll end up in a jail cell, never seen again.
Well, that was the whole Grover Kranz thing in the 60s and 70s was cut off the head and hands because you obviously can't haul a whole one out. I don't remember. I didn't really look that close at the questions. Were you guys going to ask a question about techniques for going out and finding these creatures?
Yes, one of my questions was going to be about you guys. What are your methods? How do you go about research?
Okay. Well, I'll save my rant for that. So.
We have been warned.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, here's a more elaborate question that pertains to a particular location that has been very controversial. It's almost in every Bigfoot Dogman forum known to person, and you know, it's about Land Between the Lakes. I'm sure everyone knows about it. Everyone knows, and my reason why I asked this question is because we all have somewhat of a different opinion on it, and I want to get your guys' feedback. So, I'm going to start with you, Lobo, and Tiberius, because this is one of the very few subjects we really didn't talk about when we last spoke.
Well, Land Between the Lakes, man. Well, first, just starting off that whole area, man. How how the government made everybody move, and leave that area when they turn it into a full blown park. That the whole. So that just tells you right off the bat the limit that the government's willing to go for that area, because I've heard the stories of the people who resisted and houses that were caught on fire mysteriously, and all these crazy things of why the government wanted that area, and bought people's houses and did all that stuff to get people to leave. But the Land Between the Lakes, man, I gotta say that's one of real or not, that's one of the scariest stories, bro, that I think that I've heard, because all the countless movies of of bodies being drug up the tree, and the famous part where the blood's dripping and lands on the officer's hat, all that stuff, man, is like from the worst horror movies. It's like if somebody took all these horror movies and took the scariest clips out and made the story. So I mean, but you think about these horror movies, there's no smoke without fire, right? Like they get these things like these Howling movies, the movie Bad Moon, all these movies. They come from somewhere. It's not just brought up out of somebody's their pure imagination. So, but the whole there's a lot of controversy about that. If the two officers speaking to the first person that they see at the gas station and tell they knew each other and they spilled the beans, so to speak, about that. But if this story is true, man, and this really did happen, and this family was slaughtered, and just the carnage that happened, I think about it and I'm like, if Dogman is real, and if that really happened, it's like what kind of government, like why would they leave this place open and accessible to the public, and then not share it, even to an extent of covering it up according to some people, but we already seen how far they can go based on facts of like they really did make people move and leave that area. So they're willing to go above and beyond and even get shady if they need to. And so that makes me think about that area. Like, did they know about these creatures already in that area? Is why they wanted people to move out? Like, were they trying to protect them or what? Like, what? There are all these different theories out there. But the Land Between the Lakes, I all the research that I've done, I would say that something did happen there. There was some kind of carnage that happened, and the details of the story have changed over the years, and different people have come forward, and people who know this person, who knows that person, and whatnot. But I would say that something did happen there, and something very bad happened, and that it didn't get out. It's just people. We tried to cover it up, but some way or somehow that smoke got there from, there was a fire, some way, somehow something happened there. So I believe the Land Between the Lakes to an extent. I do know that, the area is still a hot spot. The area still has a lot of sightings, a lot of encounters. Not only that, but there's a lot of paranormal stuff that happens there. So it's like a hot spot for for the for the heebie-jeebies, right? It's a hot spot for for these creatures. And I think about it, and I'm like, man, if somebody were to pay me to go there, I don't think you would pay me to go and camp out there. I honestly don't. Knowing what I know now, they say the more you know, the worse off you are. I probably wouldn't go there if you paid me $1 million. Honestly, I don't think I'd go and camp there, man. No matter what I was packing on me. That's how creeped out I am about this place. Just of all the dozens of encounters and the sketchy stuff with the government and that the slaughter that happened there. Personally, I believe something happened there, and maybe the things have changed, or maybe it was exaggerated, or some things were added or taken away. But I believe something did happen there.
What's really interesting is I believe the best way to hide something is in plain sight. I truly believe that. And I truly believe that a lot of our national parks, and whether they're federal or state, at least in the Northwest, I've been able to track paranormal activity, cryptid activity within these parks. I believe that these places are places where they live, they dwell, and the best way to hide them is to protect them. Here in the state of Idaho, I was at a place called Castle Rock, and it's a federal place. And I asked if I could take a drone over there because I wanted to map the land of the water, and I was absolutely forbidden. And same with any of our state parks. You can't take a drone to any of those. In the national forest, at least here, you can't fly drones or things like that in those places. So I believe that the government purposely set these places aside, number one, to protect them, and they cause people to move out for people's safety. But again, their idea and the reason to allow people to come in, that's just crazy. Secondly, the land between the lakes, I don't know the area. I'm not comfortable going. I would never set foot within 100 miles of that area, personally. Now, a place like Skinwalker Ranch, I'm within about 100 miles of it. I've been around the area. I know people in the area. I feel more comfortable investigating things in places like that because it's in my own backyard, and I have investigated that and been in those areas like that. But as far as the land between the lakes, I ain't getting 100 miles within that area at all. And like I said, I personally believe that the government set those places aside for these creatures and for the other paranormal activity, or you want to talk about alien bases or UFOs or whatever. The best place to hide something is in plain sight. That's probably all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, as I've always talked about with Land Between the Lakes, it is a very controversial type of place due to the activity and the idea of what's happened because of over the years with the constant change of what really did happen. But before I do give my initial opinion as well, Ryan, let's ask some other ideas. Guys, Christian, how about you? What do you think happened with Land Between the Lakes?
Land Between the Lakes is like the pinnacle Dogman event, and I'll be honest with you, I think it happened. I know everyone has said this. I know a guy that worked there and blah, 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 but the truth of the matter is I am very close with someone whose best friend was there when this happened. And the story I got, there's always a little bit more, and the story I got was the reason why it attacked was because this was in the early mid-'80s. And back then, you guys are too young to remember this, especially Matt Squatch, but in the 80s, they used to put musk, like real musk, in a lot of colognes.
Bingo.
And what had happened was this guy had a ton of cologne on, his wife had a ton of perfume on, and it just caught the scent, and I guess it drove the thing nuts. Now, the other story here, it was everyone says it was an RV. It was a pull-along trailer, and they also had a station wagon. The place that this all happened, after this happened, they destroyed it. They took everything out, and they changed the entire park around. But even to this day, you can still see where they had slabs of concrete. I mean, I know everyone. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but The one thing that really creeped me out more than anything with this whole story is the story you don't hear. And that's what's really scary. Now, we all know what happened to the poor people and the poor little girl they found in the tree and all that other stuff. But there's one more little incident that occurred with this, too. All right. And this is what I was told. When they collected all the bodies, they put all the bodies back in the trailer. And then they took the trailer with the family's car 2 states over and staged a car accident where everything was incinerated. Now, that part I completely believe because it makes total sense, because you never hear that people say, oh, there was never bodies, there was never this, there was never that, because you're dealing with an organization that thinks ahead. So when people talk about the LBL, 9 times out of 10, they don't have the full story. And that's how I was told it actually ended for them. And there's actually, you can correlate the time in a car accident like 2 states over, and it was a family of 4. So, I mean, again, I haven't seen that, but that's what I was told. And the person who told me this, I would tell you guys who this is off the air because I don't have permission to use his name. But when I tell you, there will be no question in your mind. It's 100% legit. So, is it terrifying? Of course it is. I don't know about the military aspect because I was told the military really didn't come in there. It was just a couple of troops, and they did hunt the thing down, and they ended up killing it in a cave near the water's edge, and it was a pretty big guy, and they had to drag it out with a deuce and a quarter, and then they flew it out in a helicopter. I was told that too. I was also told that is 100% true. And he goes, and I was also told that was standard operating procedure. Now, I know every one of us has heard a story involving some kind of agency where they come in, fly down, kill everything in sight, and they fly it out with a helicopter. I know we've all heard that. But the truth of the matter is, and it's just my belief, where there's that much smoke, there's got to be some fire. Because it would make sense. I mean, that's usually how you'd run a military op. And that's just my opinion. So I think, unfortunately, the LBL is probably 100% true. I think it's actually a little worse than what most people know. And I seriously doubt we'll ever get the 100% truth out of that.
What about you, Marvin?
Is Chris muted again?
I think
I don't know.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Yeah, Christian, I have to say, too, I mean, in terms of what you said, and that's the first time I've also heard about that part of the story as well, so that's a pretty interesting piece of information. Depending on its accuracy, still up for the debate, but it's possible, because you hear certain similar cases with that being to fix up the cover-up. So, yeah, Marvin, what's your opinion on this as well?
You know what? I was going to piggyback off what Kristen said. As far as I heard the exact same thing as far as the must. That's what made this this Doug man go crazy and kill his whole family and and they tracked it and they found it they found it down in a holler and that's where they pulled it out with the deuce and the quarter. But as far as the part that he said that they loaded the bodies on they back in the trailer. That's the first time that I heard that part. But the first part he said, though, I heard all of that. I do believe that something happened in the land between the lakes, and I do believe that the stories have been told differently over the years. But overall, the government, they already knew them things. They already knew them things was there. That's why they did what they did. And boy, why not let people know about, it's all about money. It's all about money. You know what I mean? They're not going to just come out and tell the public that, oh, yeah, by the way, you got these Dugman creatures and these Bigfoot creatures, roaming these national parks. So, yeah, I do believe something happened, in the land between the lakes.
What about you, Matt Squatch? What's your opinion?
Well, I think it's very interesting. If you look at the history of the area, that was, I believe, the Tennessee Valley Authority that flooded that whole area and burned it. What were they trying to bury under all that water? What made that area?
And why did Kennedy? It was done under Kennedy's administration. So what was actually going on prior to all that made that happen?
Yeah, you got to remember, and I think Christian and I would agree that Kennedy was more than likely killed by the CIA for
I'm not even arguing that.
For all the secrets. So his approval to flood this area with maybe some very hostile, unknown creatures, or known to the government at least, would probably be a no-brainer. And apparently they can do the doggy paddle, or they got to the high ground or something. And I had heard pretty much the same story everybody heard about the campers. I had heard about the Musk. I heard something about that they disposed of their bodies, but I never heard that it was a traffic accident. But that makes perfect sense. Fiery traffic accidents.
It's brilliant if you think about it. I mean, honestly, because there's no questions asked at that point, and it's sad, but that's what I think happened.
Yeah, well, you also hear of other things, of people in the woods where they have a camper burns to the ground where the people were in it, you know? Yeah. And it makes you think, well, did they see or experience something, or was it really just an accident? And, you know, if forces at work want to disappear you and your whole family, they will.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, so Land Between the Lakes, a friend of mine went there. He's been on my channel a couple of times, and he went to Land Between the Lakes. He says he didn't see anything. He hung out there at night, and he cruised around in his car and got out. He says he got one or two creepy things, and he heard a few strange howls, like off in the distance. But he only had a couple days there. He wanted to spend more time. But he said it was definitely creepy. He says there's definitely something going on there. He says the whole place just had an odd feel. But yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of ground zero for all our modern Dogman reports, and probably one of the most well-known. What I think it's interesting is there's a number of people I talk to who think that Land Between the Lakes was actually a Sasquatch encounter. And I've talked to a number of people who have gotten the story wrong or different from what we've heard, where they think it was a Gugwe type creature, the Sasquatch creature, but with more of a snout. And I've heard reports that there are Bigfoot sightings in the land of the LBL, along with all the Dogman stuff.
Well, I was always told that the Dogman were the northern part and the Bigfoot were the southern part.
Well, that might be.
The road kind of separates them. I actually had a buddy of mine. He used to hunt there. He's from Tennessee. Real good guy. Smart guy. And he told me he never saw anything, but he was deer hunting with his dad. And his dad shot a deer, and they know it was down. They saw it drop. And they turned around to situate themselves, and they were deciding how they're going to get the animal out of there. And they both said all they saw was like a black blur, and the deer was gone.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's definitely one of those areas with high strangeness. It's right up there with Skinwalker Ranch, Yosemite National Park, Dulce, New Mexico. This is kind of something I've been long-term studying. There are just certain areas of high strangeness. The Lovelock Caves. There's a lot of different areas across the United States, and I think the LBL is one of them. So
the Lovelock Caves are fascinating if you think about it that way.
That's a whole show. That's
a show in itself. Yeah,
that's a whole show.
That's a couple of shows. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just using those as broad examples of places of high strangeness, as I call them, and that's like Linda Godfrey, a lot of famous old school paranormal researchers. They have these what they call areas of high strangeness, and that's kind of the term I've adopted to it, where it's lions, tigers, bears, oh my, it's Bigfoot, Sasquatch, rakes, oh my, orbs, and all that other weird stuff, you know. I mean, I believe the story. I've had enough people tell me about it and heard it, and I think it's an area that you need to tread lightly if you're going to go visit.
Carrick, how about you? What do you think about all this?
As much as I hate to say, I don't know enough about the case definitively to make too much of a remark. I think the most I can really say about it would be the only things that I know thoroughly, I would say, are the details of how the bodies were found. And I think one thing that I had said when I was on the Venomous Fringe was that it's interesting to note that, and of course this kind of ignores the rest of the credible or perhaps incredible testimony, so don't take anything here with a grain of salt. There are many North American mammalian predators that even if they're killing for sport, will bring a kill up into a tree. Mountain lions specifically will. It doesn't happen very often, and if you came across it, you'd certainly be very pressed for answers as to how that got up there. But the attack itself doesn't seem to be one that cannot be explained through known species, but the rest of the details are ones that I'm both unclear on and that seem to potentially suggest something else.
I agree with you 100% on that. Like, okay, the situation is, it was the end of fall, the beginning of winter. Okay, at that time, food sources are scarce for animals. In that time period, yes, the musk, cologne, and everything, especially downwind into the river part where supposedly this creature would get downwind of all that crazy perfume, cologne, stuff like that, come up and get mixed signals. Especially at that time in Kentucky and Tennessee, black bears don't go into a full hibernation. They go into a partial hibernation. So that means that they go out and scavenge for food, go back to go sleep and everything. That, I know y'all are going to think I'm crazy, but that could be it could be a solo male bear protecting his territory that went up there and walks into people that's camping there before anybody else, because even in the report they say that they were there before any other campers were there, so they could get a perfect camping spot. And there's also a report saying that it took the officers 6 hours to get there because they didn't hear anything about it until then. So that if something attacked or whatever, yes, a mountain lion or something like that could have grabbed one of the smallest of the children, drag it up in a tree, get some bites out of it, and run off. But there's also Native American lore that's been around since the early settlers of Kentucky that said that there was evil creatures on the island in between the land between the lakes. So, and there's also another legend in Clark County, which is a 4-day walk by a human and a 4-hour drive from land between the lakes, which is called Bearilla, and that's been around for at least from the 50s. And I mean, something with supernatural stamina, whatever.
Bearilla is more like a gugwe. I mean, that's what it kind of looks like.
And from the encounters and everything, it could be Bearilla, because a gugwe or dogman or whatever could make that trek, say, in 2 days, with the increased stamina and speed that they have. So there's two. I mean, at that time, those bears can get, at that time, black bears can get to 800 pounds at that time, and a pull behind trailer only has about an inch to an inch and a half of sheet metal on it. Their claws can tear through anything. If they can tear through a log cabin to get in for food, what do you think that little pull behind trailer is going to protect anybody? No, it's not. Especially if people are screaming or they're, playing music or they're cooking outside, which they also said there was a campfire with meat cooking where they parked. So I really don't like touching on this subject because there's too many possibilities that can happen.
I think we can definitely all agree that it seems that the circumstances were correct for a large predator to be drawn to that exact spot.
Right. And the time, just the season, alone. There's creatures there. It's also, even if something like a gugway or whatever, the scavenging and their food sources is going to be scarce. And you're sitting there cooking hot dogs and hamburgers on an open fire. The smoke smell and everything goes for hundreds of miles, well, not hundreds, but at least in that area. 10 miles, whatever, they could pick it up. So you got to look at all aspects of this and not just a cryptid. But there's at that time period they weren't, there was more wildlife in those areas, in those camping areas, than there is today. So,
right, I see what you're saying, Matt. And before we chime into the next question, I'll just say this. LBL has always been a big hot spot, and as Matt Squatch said, ground zero for a lot of the Dogman. There's a lot of stories behind it. There's always different variations, even Christian pointed out, because the things you know and then the things you don't know, and all the different variations of what makes this an infamous tale of a family murder or a Bowman, or more importantly, even just cases of people seeing this creature out in the blue. And you hear the old stories too. So there's always something around this place. Keep in mind too that there's also other activity, whether it's paranormal or other mysterious creatures roaming in that area. Even though that I think the most that's been talked about has been some of the phantom cats. I don't necessarily know too much about all that. I only just know about the infamous LBL murders. But I will say that there is an array of activity that is in that area that, of course, is sponsors or whatever, some sort of creature. Now, Ryan, what do you think? Do you have any other initial thoughts on this before we get into our next topic?
There's actually been a lot of good points made here with the whole panel. And Christian was saying, it started off as a Sasquatch report. So I really don't know what to think on the whole matter. It's kind of confusing when you really get down to the details.
A lot of it. Well, Ryan, would you like to take it away with our penultimate question?
Do we have any more questions to go off of?
Well, how about this? How about the idea of what could be some of the advice that these guys can give on the panel?
Oh, of course. Yeah, when you guys go out to research, what do you guys do? What do you bring along with you? What kind of weapons and gear? So who wants to start that one off? Does Carrick want to start that one off?
Sure.
All right.
Well, I think that what you first have to do is understand that when you go out to an area that might have any kind of anomalous activity, it is far more statistically likely that you will encounter what is the regular activity that people are used to knowing is actual phenomenon. That could mean bears. That could mean maybe you're in a shady area. That could mean getting lost. So I think part of the equipment that you have to bring with you is very essential survival gear, whether that's bear bells or that's a compass. I have 3 compasses that I use in case 2 of them break down. Any food with you that lasts you a few days just in case something happens, and certainly bring a knife with you at the very least. I like the fact that a lot of these people are carrying guns with them because it's a very dangerous situation to be between an angry bear and a little knife. That's like paper cutting a bear. It's not going to do anything. Now, for cryptozoological or other strange phenomenon, I would highly suggest that the equipment available should be, by and large, something visual, because one of the main problems, of course, with cryptozoological phenomenon is that it's hard to get a picture. It's hard to get a photo of when something like this might have just happened. So always have a camera ready on you, have backup cameras ready on you, have backup batteries ready on you in case anything strange happens, especially with temperatures. I've had cameras flip on me just pick up the temperatures because it rained all night, for example. And that camera I've been trying to fix for 3 years now. It hasn't worked. So it's always good to have backups on, whether even that's just your phone camera or something. And as for other ranges of visual stuff, if you happen to have the money, I highly suggest engaging with a FLIR, because FLIRs will definitely help you see at night. They'll help you stay safe from larger predators that might already see you, but you don't see them, which is often the case with predators. And I suppose aside from that, for anything physical, here's actually some good advice. Always bring plastic gloves with you on this kind of trip, because one of the problems that people run into all the time with when they collect, let's say, potential fecal matter or potential hair samples, is they touch it with their hand. And what's happened then is that DNA might as well no longer be viable if it was in the first place, because now it's got human DNA on it. It's very likely that they'll pull human DNA from that before anything else, and they might tell you then that it's human, or that it's your dog's DNA because maybe you brought your dog with you or something. So always have plastic gloves with you, because you want that sample to be as readable as possible when you get it. Plaster is a great thing to bring. Make sure you bring travels for said plaster, covers for the plaster in case it rains. I guess the general philosophy is have backups for your backups.
I agree with you 100%, but me, on the other hand, I take a more survival aspect of the whole entire situation. You always bring a cook kit, water kit, water purification, container to boil water, cook food in, stuff like that. Make sure you bring at least a day supply of food. I'm talking about MREs, not trail bars or anything like that, but bring an MRE, bring anything. It's better to have 3 days supply with you no matter what. Have a topographical map of the area that you're at, so you know where you're at, how to get out, sources of water, places that you can stay. You want to make a small rucksack of survival gear just in case. You don't know what's going to happen, how you're going to get turned around. You don't know if your car is going to die from the heat. You don't know if the area that you drove into used to be a dump pit. Your tires could be flattened. There's so many other aspects to this, but yeah, like the recording gear and everything like that. Like I got if I find any evidence or anything like that, I went to the Dollar Tree and they have a tweezer kit, and I put on the rubber gloves and I use those tweezers, and every time after I get done from the area that I'm at, I go and I wash them in alcohol and put them back in a protective case just in case, because you don't know if that dust storm or whatever blowing through while you were using it had bird fecal matter or whatever on, that can contaminate that. But yeah, if you can, do take a sidearm with you, especially if you're in an area that you do not know and you do not know the natural creatures that's in that area. But yeah, the bear spray, and make sure you bring trekking poles or a walking stick, because you never know when that rock you step on is under loose soil or anything could break. You could sprain an ankle, you could break a leg, you could do whatever. It's mostly how long are you going to be out in an area, and that's what you need to prepare for. And even if you think you're going to be out there for 6 hours, may turn into 2 days. You may be the next 411 out there. But yeah, always bring backups to your backups also. especially what you said with your compasses. That's the best way to get you, set your compass to where your car is and have that compass lead you back. If you can, get a GPS or one of the SOS packs, which is a satellite link that if you do get lost or anything, you can hit it and it will send an emergency signal and they can come and rescue you. So, sorry, but I was just agreeing with you, brother.
Anybody else have any other advice or comments and methods of research that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I think I definitely would like to chime in here. First and foremost, as far as the survival gear, yeah, I bring a lighter, a knife, some granola bars, water, all that kind of horse shit. I never go that far from the truck. As far as all that gear, I'm too fat. I'll probably die carrying it more than it's going to save my life. But I definitely do take a gun. For all the people out there who like to tree knock and hoop and holler and do all these long calls, don't. That is one of the dumbest ways I think I've ever seen. It's almost like when you see it on the TV shows that they're trying to teach you a way to scare the animals away. Like if I wanted to frighten everything in the woods, I'd go knock on some trees. I would go do these really long howls. I would go do these whoops and hollers. And yeah, that would probably be the best way to guarantee I don't run into a Sasquatch, would be make all this noise out in the woods. So anybody who's actively trying to study these creatures, I think you need to think about it from more of a passive kind of a thing, is you kind of just need to go out there, watch your footing, know the difference between dirt and gravel and where to step. You know, how many times I've been creeping through the woods trying to be as quiet as I can, and one of my friends I bring with me is over there tromp, 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 and I'm like, dude, can you be any louder? You know? So yeah, just work on your placement. Always look at the ground. Always look at tracks. Look for wet spots, dry spots, sandy spots. Work on your tracking a lot. See what you can observe. As far as actual evidence collection, I hate to say, but you guys are wasting your time. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry, my daughter came running out right now, and she's telling me she doesn't want to go to bed. But anyway, as far as the data collection, it's like, yeah, I bring a phone or a GoPro with me. If I'm really getting serious, I bring a GoPro, and I put a friend of mine on a still camera, and the still camera has much better zoom than like a GoPro does. So yeah, anyway, because what are you going to do? If you're going to get hair samples, you're going to send them to a lab, and they're going to tell you that they don't know what it is. You're going to put good footage on the internet, and they're going to tell you that you're going to put really good footage on the internet, and people are going to discredit you. So, yeah, what's even the point? I think when you go out into the woods to try to research these creatures, you have to want to do it for yourself. You have to want to do it for your own betterment. You have to want to do it for your own understanding, and you have to want to observe them for you. Because if you go out there with a camera, your camera's going to die. You go out there with audio recording, you go out there try to get hair samples. I don't see a big point. I think you have to go out there for yourself and for your own experience, and that's just how I view it.
I'll send, just because you told me that, Matt. I'm going to send you an SOL survival kit. It's like less than 1 pound that you can put on your belt, just in case for survival situations.
I've got all that. I've got all that horse shit. It doesn't. I'm not. You can send it to me. I'm not going to carry it. I got my own stuff. I've got piles and piles of outdoor and survival gear. I'm fine.
All right, bro. All right.
What about you, Christian? What do you use as techniques?
Well, I gotta admit, I'm kind of a mix between those two guys. I kind of agree with what Matt says. As far as bringing plaster out, I used to do that, but I got tired of carrying 30 pounds of plaster and 2 gallons of water. So I don't. That's what pictures are for. I do bring survival gear, but that's just because I go out though. I mean, we trek 7-8 miles in. Depending on how long we're going to be out. So everyone's got extra batteries, extra ammo, extra water purification, food. matches, tons of matches, fire equipment, ferris rods, knives. Everyone's got all the gear they need, sleeping bags, sleeping pad. So that's we just go out there ready to do what we're doing. And even in a small investigation, like even the camera bag I bring with me has a little survival kit in case I get lost or something like that. Like blankets, fire materials, compass, water purification tables, little canteen. So we always carry that regardless. I don't think we go over and above. We're not bringing everything with us, but just in case anyone in my team that goes out, we always assume that something bad could happen and we might have to be out there a day or two. But that's because we usually go, we'll park, and then I think the least amount of distance I've put between myself and the old Subaru is probably 3 miles in the last 2 years. So you never know what can happen. And the other thing we bring we would bring flashlights. We got flashlights, we bring compasses. I had a GPS that I just didn't think really worked too well, so I just gave that up. But I believe in being prepared, but there's that point where you're just carrying too much too.
Yeah, there's some.
So you gotta
really crappy.
You gotta have the stuff
GPS
that works for you.
out
Like, I bring a Leatherman instead of I've got a good hunting. I've got a K-bar, and I bring a Leatherman too. But I put the Leatherman in the backpack. I don't carry it on my belt. I've got extra ammo, but I put that in my vest. So and everything. The way I look at it is everything I need I should have on my vest and in my pockets or on my belt. The rest of the stuff is kind of like luxury items, and that's in the backpack. And I have an old hickory walking stick that I bring with me everywhere. But that's about it. And always dress properly. I always have a hat on, always have a vest, always have bug spray on, and right boots, good socks. And if you have the right equipment, it's so much easier. God forbid something goes wrong, but if you have the right equipment, it's really not that big of a deal.
Yep.
And but I do agree with Matt too. I mean, there's people that bring way too much. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure all you guys have done plaster and all that, but I mean, it gets too much. It's too heavy, and
Yeah,
then you gotta wait for it to
I
dry.
get the little Dollar Tree, 0.5 ounce plaster of Paris.
Right. Well, what I started doing is I never go that far from my truck, and I have an actual hair sample kit where you put it in envelopes, not plastic bags, and alcohol swabs and tweezers and all that horseshit, and plaster tracking stuff. And I always carry a little tape measure, so if I do come across a track, I can take a picture of it for scale.
That's what I bring too. I do length and width. That's what I do.
So I have a little tiny pocket, little cheesy plastic that goes, 8 feet or something, little measuring tape, and then I've got my phone camera, and then I've usually got a GoPro because GoPros are hardy because they're waterproof and all that other stuff.
Yeah, GoPros are good. I love mine. I wear mine on the chest, and
yeah. The only problem with the GoPro is they don't zoom. So I usually have a buddy if I'm going out in pairs. I give him a still camera with a hell of a zoom on it. But even then, like I said, I mean, what am I going to do with these brilliant pictures? Get discredited? What am I going to do with these hair samples? Everybody I've ever talked to who's gotten a great hair sample, they send it to a lab, and the lab says, well, we don't know what they are.
And what is it? What is the DNA test? Is it like $5,000?
Yeah, you get a DNA test, or it's $120 to have like a hair follicle to tell you that it was a cow or a deer or something.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Yeah, I don't need that. I know what it is. If I find it, I find it. If I don't, I don't.
Yeah, like I said, I think the goal has to be, I want to go out and I want to see these creatures. I want to see how they live. I want to, things when I'm out there, I'm looking for tracks on the ground. I'm looking for water sources. Are there creeks nearby? Are there ponds nearby? Are there any
food, water, shelter? Yeah,
all of that kind of stuff
you need.
Yeah, and I think you guys will test this. As soon as you get out of the truck, you walk through the woods. Am I hearing birds and squirrels and cicadas and all the other bugs? Or is it dead ass quiet? When it's completely quiet, pin drop quiet, that's when it's creepy. And when you're in the woods and it is noisy, then all of a sudden on the turn of a dime, it goes really quiet. And you're also looking for
a stick of the woods and you get turned around.
Yeah, well, you're also looking for me. I'm also looking for scat if I see coyote or bear poop. And I'm like, okay, well, if those guys can survive up here and I see deer tracks, I'm like, okay, this looks like a fairly healthy ecosystem. There has to be water sources somewhere nearby. These are the type of things that I look for when I'm out there. And I do it more for me, not to try to get anything on film, not to try to, get the big picture of it or become famous or anything. I think that's where the paranormal aspect of these creatures comes into play, where how many times have I been out there all day long, 2 days in a row, out in these woods, and then I turn the camera off, I put the camera away, I stop to pee on a tree. As soon as I'm peeing on a tree, I hear a tree snap, and I hear a knock, and I hear a whoop, and I'm like, holy crap, what's going on? All this is happening right now. I'm taking a leak, you know?
It's
And
because you're taking a leak.
that's exactly it. So I think once you kind of let your guard down and leave all the you leave the researcher aside, you leave the documenter aside, and you just become an observer or another member of the woods or just another animal at that point, I think you'll have a lot more success.
I agree with that. That's because it's usually when everything goes quiet, that's when the crying starts.
Right.
Lobo and Tiberius, what do you guys use as recommendations and methods?
Well, this is Tiberius. Definitely, I agree with these guys. I've never really taken plaster casts. I don't think Lobo has either. When we go out, it's just for our own adventure and to learn, to gather information, to better ourselves, to have better understanding. It's like a couple weeks ago, I was with my wife hiking up a large ridge, and I came across the track, and I'm pretty sure I know what it was. I took a picture of it, and it's hanging on my wall. That's for me. My wife is the first one she's ever seen. She was amazed, and now we're on this wonderful adventure together. But as far as gear goes, I use a still camera, and I got an iPhone, and so does Lobo. Something that I learned a long time ago was be familiar with your area. Topographical maps are cheap. If you don't know how to use them, find somebody to show you how to use them. Always have where you're going to come in, understand where you're going to be coming out. I never go alone. Number one. Number two, I always tell at least 2 sets of people when I'm leaving and when I'm going to be back. In fact, Lobo and I, even when we go camping with our family, we let each other know, hey, if you don't hear back from me by this certain time, come looking for me or call the authorities or something like that. In the woods, I'm armed in the city or in the woods, and my backpack usually has a handgun. If it's pretty brushy, I've got a tactical shotgun I take, or if I'm in where I can get in an area where I can use a rifle, I carry 300 short mag minimum, just for my comfort's sake. And so that's just kind of the things that we do here where we're at. But again, be really familiar with the area or get used to the area before you go on long trips. Because if you're familiar with it, you have a better chance of surviving better when you're out there. And when I go into the woods and when Lobo goes in the woods, we always have a humble heart, because when I was younger, I used to be very arrogant, and I got myself into situations where I thought, oh, I don't need this, I don't need that. And it got me into trouble, and I was pretty lucky that I was able to get out of that. And so that's just kind of something that we do. I'm going to let Lobo share a small story. We didn't mean for it to happen, but the area where we research a lot is a canyon that runs through our town, and there's a lot of activity down there. And this will just give the listeners an idea of why you need to be prepared and have at least something on you.
As Tiberius is saying, so here in our city, we got, the canyon, which is like the deepest gorge in America. It's just a massive canyon. And this canyon breaks off its spider webs into several smaller canyons, and the canyon system goes up to the mountains, to the woods, all that stuff. So for us, like from where I live, where I had my encounter with the dog man, literally is down the street from my house, and it's inside this canyon. And so for us, we, just going down the street or going for a bike ride in the canyon, it's just down the street. So we don't typically, gear up and we go up to the mountains or to the woods. We just go down the street, and it's a freaking freak show down there, like seriously. But the first and just so like people know, like your odds of sneaking up on one of these creatures or catching one of these creatures off guard or unaware is pretty slim to none. If they want to reveal themselves to you, they're gonna do it. If they're gonna walk in front of the trail in front of you, it's their choice. They choose to do it. And that's what happened with us. We went down there, and we weren't planning on staying until nighttime. So we go down there. We didn't take anything, just a backpack and I think like some water and a snack. And so we're down there, and it became dark, and we didn't have any flashlights, and we didn't have the upper hand. So in that moment, we felt like these creatures knew that we were unprepared and that they had the upper hand. And we didn't, our phones were really low charge, and so we wanted to save the battery. And that's when they showed themselves to us. And it was really nothing of our tactics or our keen thinking or our stealth or anything like that. It was like they chose to show themselves to us, and they did. And like I said, it's just down here in the canyon, down the street from where we live. And if we get a lot of slack from people saying like, well, if these creatures are down there and it's dangerous, and people, the tent thing where people come up missing and all that, it's like, why do you go down there? Well, it's like the thing that everybody does here. We go hiking, fishing down there, family bike rides, all that stuff. It's like part of our city, or our town, and it's part of our life. And so that's what we do. We just, even on our lunch breaks, we go down there together, and we'll walk around, and and weird things happen. We see tracks, strange stuff goes down in the daytime. But like Tiberius says, like, go prepared. Like when we do want to go on a night investigation or something, like we intentionally go out there to look for evidence, or to have an encounter or something. We go at nighttime. We try to take minimal gear, just because there's a lot of walking. You have to get on your hands and knees, crawl through brush and all that stuff. But we're really boots on the ground kind of guys. And a big reason for that is because it's right here in our backyard. Like it's if we want to go fishing, it's there. And so not all of our adventures are intentionally going down there to look for these creatures. It's like we're going down there to have a barbecue. We're going down there for a bike ride. We're going for a walk or something, and then something happens. That's 9 times out of 10. That's when it happens. And we have had an encounter when we intentionally went down there looking for these things, and it showed itself to us. But it was like there's nothing we could do to outsmart these creatures down here. We know this area, this canyon, like the back of our hands, and we get lost down there. We know it really, really well, but these creatures know it way better than us. Like they know the in and outs of it. They know exactly the time to come down when the sun is setting, to where after so many feet the visibility goes down because of the darkness. Like they're ninjas. They're like the ninjas of the forest. They're like the ninjas of our area. And so by dumb luck, I guess you would say, us going down there not prepared to stay till it got dark, is when we had our first real encounter down there.
What about you, Marvin? What do you think?
I agree with all of them, the whole panel. But I do think you need to before you go into these places, I think you need to know a little bit about the area, because I think you can get lost. Because when I went on my first outing, my eyewitness took us to this spot, and she had 2 Dugman sightings down there, and so she was taking us. I mean, we had a conference and everything, but she was taking us to the spot because not only was there Dugman sightings down there, she was showing us this spot where this guy was walking his Doug on this trail, and by the trail it's like a little small creek, and as you go up a little bit, you go around this little bend, and then it's a hill that go up to the right, and she said that's where the man had got chased by she said it was a reddish Bigfoot that chased this guy and his Doug. So we walking, and we seen a few tree structures, and I was fascinated by one because it was like an arch. It was like an arch, and you could you know, when you walk, you could like walk under it. I mean, I took pictures and stuff of all that stuff. I got it on my laptop. But we walking, and all of a sudden, we just we get lost. You know what I mean? The compass is all of a sudden it's not working. So we trying to find our way back to camp because we walked for like 2 or 3 hours, and now it's getting dark. So we she said she knew about this, you know, this area and everything. So we get back to camp. This is something I never shared even with my team when we went there. Now the spot that we camped at, so, you know, it was a nice big spot. So we set up our tents and everything. But the only thing that made me a little worried is that my tent was like 30 yards from the team. I was further to the tree line. And I'm like, oh, I mean, I ain't think about it at first. So, you know, we all settled down. I'm in my tent. So I'm in my tent. I'm on my phone. You know, I'm just on YouTube, just looking around. So about 1 o'clock, I comes out the tent and I goes over and see if they still up, but they sleep. So I go back in my tent. So now it's at the 1. It's going on 1:30, 1:45. So I'm in my tent, and to the north, I'm gonna say about 50 yards. It's trees, but it's 50 yards. It seemed like it stopped, and when you get like 50 yards, it just drops straight down. It drops straight down like a little hill, and then the woods just start back up again. About 1:45, I'm laying in the tent, and I just hear this loud. I hear this loud howl in the distance. So I'm thinking about getting on the phone, to call my team leader, but I'm listening. It howled once, it howled twice, and it howled the third time, and then it stopped. So I said, okay. I didn't really know what it was. So I'm laying down. I can't sleep though. So I never even told my team, I ain't even tell my team this. I'm laying down. So while I'm laying down, you know how you can hear something walking, and you can hear the leaves and the sticks cracking. I hear something walking, but I don't know what it is. And I ain't looking out the tent or nothing. I don't want to know what it is, because now I'm scared. I'm all the way over by the tree line. I'm far away from them. I do got a handgun, but I don't know what it is, and I'm not looking out there. So I hear something walking, and it's walking closer towards my tent, and then it stopped. And then I hear like I'm trying to make the sound. It's like a sniff, snort, a sniff and a snort together. I can't explain it, but it made this sound, and it's freaking me out. I'm real scared now, and I cut the light on the back of the phone. I cut the light on, and I had like a little clear thing on the tent where you could just see out. I wanted to take the light but to shine it through the clear part of the tent, but I was so terrified and I was so scared. This thing started walking again, whatever it was, and it walked completely around my tent, all the way around, and it stopped up by my head. Now I'm really scared. I'm praying and everything now, because I don't know what it is. After a few seconds, it walks back around again, and then it walks back up in the tree line. Whatever it was, it wasn't on quads. It was on 2 feet. I never even told my team members about this. This is the first time I shared this with anybody. This is the first time I ever went out on an investigation. That was the first time. Alan. That was the first time. That was the first time I ever went out on an outing. That was the first time I went on an outing. And y'all is the first person I even shared that with.
It's pretty interesting, and I have to agree with all of what you guys have said. And personally too, you all have some pretty good recommendations and some amazing methods that are very beneficial to those out there, and from what your experiences are. But folks, we're going to actually go ahead and we're going to get ready to wrap this 5-hour extravaganza up. And guys, I want to personally say that to speaking to all of you guys, it's been a pleasure. Ryan and we can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your schedule today to do this. And on top of that, if you guys have any closing words you guys would like to share and say, feel free to go ahead.
Stay safe in the woods. I got to go, folks.
Take care, Matt.
Thanks, man. It was nice talking to you, brother. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you guys can find me on Instagram or mattsquatchpresents@gmail.com. To all the people listening, to all the other presenters. If you ever want to chat, not you. If anybody wants to get a hold of me, just email me, mattsquatchpresents@gmail.com, and we can talk about it. Thanks.
Cool. You have a good night now.
All right, thanks so much, brother.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, just don't think you're Rambo out there. Like, take care of yourself and be prepared for any situation that may occur out there wherever you're at. I mean, it's
about safety, man. You got to be safe.
Yeah, I mean,
it's about redundancy. I'm with you. The redundancy, and what I think a lot of people do too is they overestimate their own abilities.
Right.
And that's dangerous. That's probably the most dangerous thing you can do.
Yeah, don't go out there thinking you're invincible, because you know what? There's a rabid coyote that's jaws are stronger than your leg and can break your leg if it bites it. I mean, that's just a coyote. So
I guess my advice would be question absolutely everything, especially people who are questioning things, and always question your own motives and what you think too, because falling victim to ideology is really easy, and you don't want to do that without realizing it.
Well, I want to say, first of all, Chris, thank you so much for inviting us, bro, and this was awesome to be able to get together with everybody and talk about different views and opinions and all that good stuff. So I want to say thank you for putting this together for our viewers, and I know our viewers are loving this right now. And what I'd like to just kind of close with is everybody who's out there, that urge you have to find the truth, man, that's like your God-given right there. So keep digging, keep asking questions. Those of you who are maybe are not familiar with the woods, maybe you're more like urban but you want to get out there and put the boots on the ground and investigate, just take the advice that we gave you, that everybody did, is like, first and foremost, it's your safety, right? And Tiberius likes to say, when he takes a lighter or he takes food or water or whatever, he says 3 is 2, 2 is 1, and 1 is none. Always make sure you have more than enough of a way to start a fire, a compass, ways to communicate, GPS if you can, like really, really take this seriously, because, there's people come up missing a lot, and like we said, a lot of injuries, people die out there, and it's from, a broken leg, getting lost, just natural things that happen, dehydration. So be prepared when you guys go, and let people know, and just be cautious, because you might get what you're looking for, and sometimes that's worse.
That's so true. And just make sure, like, if you don't know an area, please take a topographical map, like, just a base map of your local area. Like, I mean, you don't want to be a 411.
Absolutely, guys. Well, Marvin, do you have any other closing arguments you'd like to say?
First and foremost, man, I like to thank you, man, for putting this this show together. And only thing I had to say is do what you love and love what you do. And for the ones out there that don't believe that these cryptids are real, You don't have to take our word. Do your own research, and then come up, with your own conclusions.
Amen to that.
Co-host, do you have any final closing words you'd like to say?
Yeah, just use common sense and stay safe out there, people. Don't take any unnecessary risks.
Agreed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Venomous Fringe's special event. You guys have a fantastic evening, and we'll see you this weekend. You all take care now. Have a good night.
Thanks, Craig. Chris, thanks a lot for putting this together. Ryan, thank you very much.
Oh, it was
Appreciate
our pleasure,
Had a
man.
great time.
Very welcome. Thank you guys.